The Lodestar Magazine presents 12 Days in June, The Untold Story of the American Spring by Max Ezer, January-February 2022 issue. This is the first story in a 5-part series on the greatest crisis in American democracy since the Civil War, as it unfolded over just 12 days in June 2021. Drawing on newly available sources and exhaustive research, Max Ezer recounts the gripping drama of those events from the perspectives of key participants and places the violence in the context of the political turmoil that preceded it. This issue's story, Prelude, places special emphasis on clarifying the events of the 8 months leading up to the crisis, about which there has been much confusion and disinformation. Part 1. Prelude. The burner phone buzzed in the darkness. In a 7th-floor room at the Four Seasons, Los Angeles, Julia Glazer snapped awake. From the clock on her bedside iPad, it was going on 4 a.m. She fumbled for her glasses and switched on the lamp. Groggy and squinting from the sudden glare, she knocked the phone off the nightstand, and by the time she found it on the floor and unlocked it, the screen was showing one missed call. Her regular phone was showing a string of text messages from her husband, Washington Post reporter Michael Glazer. 3:36 a.m. Turn on the TV. 3:39 a.m. I know it's early there, but turn on the TV now. 3:40 a.m. Are you awake? We need to talk right now. Heart pounding, Julia managed to remember the number from Michael's burner and pressed dial. It rang and rang and rang, with a recording finally announcing that the person she was trying to reach was unavailable now. Then she tried his regular phone on her own, but it went straight to voicemail. Only then did she turn on the television. The large flat screen on the opposite wall blazed to life, and the first words she heard were her husband's name. CNN's John Berman was speaking with a Democratic strategist about some new outrage by the president, while the chyron at the bottom of the screen promised an impending comment from the White House. "Let's put that tweet back up there," Berman said, "because although President Trump has a long history of attacks on the press, this morning's tweet takes those attacks into new, darker territory." They splashed the tweet up onto the screen, and Julia felt herself going numb as she read the words of the most powerful man in the world. "Very un-American reporter Michael Glazer, hack, stirring up violence in our cities. Big lies. If someone shot him, many would cheer. At Real Donald Trump, 6:33 a.m., 7 June 2021. When they cut to commercial, Julia flipped through the other networks and saw everyone talking about the same story. Reporter Michael Glazer. Story by Michael Glazer. To threaten Michael Glazer. It was utterly surreal. Michael had warned her the day before that there would be blowback when his front-page article came out in the morning, but she'd imagined right-wing trolls, not the commander-in-chief. The burner phone buzzed again. Julia answered on the first ring. "This is Lois." "And this is Clark." They had just exchanged a prearranged greeting, their own private joke, signaling that both were speaking freely and in private. "First of all, we're safe," Michael said. "I'm going to work from home today, and the Warners are going to drive Gabby to school." But his voice seemed urgent and full of alarm. He asked Julia if anything had happened to the thumb drive he had sent with her for safekeeping. She said it was fine. He told her that a BuzzFeed reporter named Noah Feldstein would be coming to her room within an hour to pick it up from her. Then he said she should call her office and arrange to stay out in LA until everything blew over. But she already had flights up on her laptop. "I'll get into Reagan at about 4:30 this afternoon and Uber straight home." They exchanged love yous, and that was it. On the opposite side of the bed, Julia's main phone was blowing up. Concerned friends and family just waking up on the East Coast were reaching out to make sure she and Michael were okay, but there was no way to respond to everyone. She sent a brief message to their daughter Gabby, still asleep before the last Monday of her high school career, telling her not to be frightened and letting her know she'd be home that night for dinner. Then she called down to alert the front desk about her visitor and jumped in the shower. While she was getting ready in the bathroom, Julia dictated a few notes to key people by speech to text, asking them to share the word with other relatives and colleagues. As a managing partner at McGill Partners, a leading PR and communications firm, she had client meetings scheduled that day in Century City, but emailed her assistant to cancel everything. Julia was dressed and almost all packed when there was a knock at the door. She almost jumped out of her skin. More knocking. She hurried barefoot across the spacious room. Who is it? From outside the heavy door, Noah Feldstein. Julia undid the locks and let him in. There wasn't much small talk. Julia reached into the zippered breast pocket inside the jacket hanging in the closet and pulled out a large ballpoint pen. Holding it up to Feldstein, she twisted and tugged on both ends, pulling the pen apart to reveal a USB connector jutting out of the rear half. Feldstein took the hidden drive and screwed the pen back together. It contained encrypted copies of story notes and documents that had been wiped from Glazer's computer, in case investigators seized it in an effort to expose his sources. "I realize you don't know me," Feldstein told her on his way out the door, "but I just want you to know that your husband is the bravest reporter I've ever met." Michael Samuel Glazer was born on February 7th, 1964, in Larchmont, New York, son of Albert, an IBM executive, and Barbara, née Adler, a piano teacher. His sister Laura arrived 3 years later, and the family enjoyed a prosperous, upper-middle-class existence. Michael won a scholarship to Phillips Exeter Academy in New Hampshire, and then enrolled at Dartmouth, where he studied history and wrote for the conservative Dartmouth Review before graduating summa cum laude in 1986. Fresh out of college, he got a job writing for Newsweek and went to the Persian Gulf in 1990 to cover Operation Desert Shield. The following January, he embedded with Eagle Troop, 2nd Squadron, 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment, for its thrust into Iraq during the Ground War, and was present at the decisive Battle of 73 Easting, in which a U.S. tank force crushed the cream of Saddam's Republican Guard with virtually no losses. In the aftermath of that battle, Glazer wrote the first national profile of then-Captain H.R. McMaster, who would later become President Trump's second national security advisor. After the war, Glazer spent 10 months reporting on defense issues from Brussels and London, before returning stateside to take a job first as a White House speechwriter and then as a campaign speechwriter for George H.W. Bush's re-election bid. Following Clinton's victory, Glazer went to work for Bush's ex-chief of staff, John Sununu, who had recently gone over to CNN to host Crossfire. One of Crossfire's producers was Julia Collins, a brilliant and vivacious beauty fluent in 5 languages, who'd come to the network after graduating Georgetown School of Foreign Service at the top of her class. He was smitten instantly. It took a year for him to work up the courage to ask her out, and another year for her to say yes. But when she did, their first date was a weekend in Paris. The chemistry was incandescent. CNN colleague Ellen Landry recalls she'd never seen two people who complemented each other so perfectly. They looked at the world through the same eyes. They dated for almost 5 years and were married on August 28, 1999, at her parents' Methodist church in Chicago. They got an apartment on New York's Upper West Side, and Michael, now working as a political reporter, was tapped by CNN brass as a potential anchor in the making. On the evening of September 10, 2001, they checked into Lenox Hill Hospital as Julia went into labor. At 3:22 a.m., they welcomed a daughter, Anna Grace, and soon fell fast asleep in their maternity room. They woke to nurses crying in the hallway and turned on the television to see the South Tower coming down. Through the fog of exhaustion, they couldn't believe it wasn't just some bizarre nightmare or an eerily realistic disaster movie. But by the time the North Tower collapsed 29 minutes later, reality had set in, and both immediately understood that the world had changed dramatically and permanently. It is overwhelming to consider the challenges of making such a savage, savage world a safe and hopeful home for a new life, Julia wrote in her diary on September 15th. But I have to try. Work for Michael got suddenly more intense. CNN staffers worked round the clock trying to make sense of the catastrophe and chase down the avalanche of leads and tips about what might happen next. Julia was home with the baby and worried as rumors swirled about follow-up attacks. Missing U-Haul trucks, terrorists posing as UPS drivers, poisoned Halloween candy. Michael spent long nights down at Ground Zero, covering rescue and recovery operations. Within a couple weeks, his bosses were getting indications that the U.S. would invade Afghanistan soon. His war zone experience was valuable. Would he be willing to go? He talked it over that night with Julia. As gut-wrenching as it was, they agreed that this was all much bigger than their young family. It was Michael's duty to be there. On October 4th, he flew into Uzbekistan with the 10th Mountain Division and entered Afghanistan with them at the end of November, reporting on U.S. efforts to consolidate Northern Alliance control of Balkh province following the liberation of Mazar-e-Sharif. Over the next 7 years, he spent 27 months in Afghanistan and Iraq, primarily doing features. He was home for the birth of another daughter, Gabriella Elizabeth, on August 20th, 2003, but flew back to Baghdad in October to cover the insurgents' Ramadan offensive. He was there for President Bush's historic Thanksgiving visit to the troops, and back in New York on a cold March afternoon in 2004, when little Anna's nanny brought her inside saying she had vomited and was suddenly sleepy. They rushed her to St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital Center, where doctors diagnosed bacterial meningitis. She had seizures during the night and, despite aggressive treatment, slipped away early the next morning. The death was shattering. Michael and Julia were virtually bedridden for months. Both of their mothers flew out to help care for baby Gabriella. In June, though, the network asked Michael to return to Iraq to cover the handover of sovereignty to the interim government, and he threw himself back into work to take his focus from the grief. In between stretches overseas, he focused on defense-related stories and was often on the road in Washington covering the Pentagon and intelligence community. He cultivated an almost unparalleled network of sources from janitors to generals, and brought a rare depth of insight to his reporting. In 2006, his coverage of Iraq's first parliamentary elections shared the prestigious Lowell Thomas Award from the Overseas Press Club, and he was honored at a dinner with CNN President Jim Walton and New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. Still, the travel was wearing, and at Christmas 2007, he asked Julia if she'd be willing to relocate to D.C. that summer after Gabriella finished school. She hated to leave their charming brownstone apartment, but the move made sense, and she agreed. On his last trip to Iraq, covering the surge in spring 2008, Glazer was talking with a group of U.S. soldiers next to a supply truck in Baghdad's Green Zone when his satellite phone rang. It was Julia. In Manhattan, it was still very early. His mind raced to Gabby. Was she sick? He excused himself to take the call at a private distance. Julia was relieved to hear his voice. She said she had heard that an American journalist had been killed by an IED and just wanted to make sure he was safe. While they were speaking, a Shiite mortar round impacted the exact spot he had been standing in by the truck, mortally wounding one of the soldiers. The close call shook him, and Glazer decided that night that he would stay stateside after the tour was over. His bosses at CNN weren't happy when he told them his intentions. The network was prepared to offer him plum opportunities leading its overseas coverage, but didn't have much full-time opportunity for him in the capital, where he'd be stepping on the toes of lead Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr. Before Glazer could decide on a way forward, a bizarre coincidence interceded. Longtime Washington Post executive editor Len Downey, in his last month on the job, asked his secretary to contact a CBS producer named Andrew Glazer to ask him some questions about one of his recent segments for Dan Rather. By mistake, the secretary gave Downey the unrelated Michael Glazer's number, and Downey rattled through several minutes of Rather-related questions before realizing his error. Then he laughed uproariously. As it turned out, Len and Michael had known each other well back in the 90s, but hadn't spoken in years. They talked like old friends for more than 2 hours, and by the time they hung up, Glazer had a job offer in principle to join the Post as a senior national security correspondent. They moved down to D.C. that summer, finding a spacious 5-bedroom red brick home in the stately Rosemont neighborhood of Alexandria, Virginia. Glazer covered the McCain campaign's foreign policy advisors for the Post, then profiled the defense staff assembled by the Obama transition team. He quickly won praise for bolstering the paper's national security reportage, with analysis drawing on intimate access to top decision-makers. Glazer's desk featured an enviable collection of challenge coins, custom-designed medallions often given out by senior commanders as tokens of appreciation. In a drawer, he kept a handwritten note from General David Petraeus, commending him on the personal risks he'd endured to document his men's efforts during the surge, and saying that he'd miss having one of the best in the business around his headquarters. Glazer sometimes wryly lamented that he'd even gotten the scoop about bin Laden's death in 2011, but a Wi-Fi outage had prevented him from announcing it on Twitter until 4 minutes after former Rumsfeld staffer Keith Urban broke the news to the world. During the Obama administration, Glazer authored notable stories on excessive secrecy rules within the Department of Defense, friction between the CIA and DoD during the Libyan Civil War, and the evolution of the White House's program of targeted drone killings. He interviewed Donald Trump briefly for a 2011 story on an army doctor imprisoned for refusing to deploy because he believed that Obama was a Kenyan, ineligible to serve as commander-in-chief. But none of Trump's quotes made it into the finished piece. In 2015, Glazer was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize for his in-depth explanation of U.S. efforts to help Baghdad turn the tide against the sudden expansion of ISIS the previous year. He'd made a 1-week trip to Iraq for his research, but assured Julia that he was never in harm's way. Just a few months later, Trump exploded back onto the political scene and raced out to a polling lead over the crowded Republican field. Glazer didn't take him seriously at first and told Post colleagues he would surely flame out before the first votes were cast. But soon, he noticed a disturbing trend. Although most military officers saw Trump as a crass buffoon, the enlisted folks Glazer talked to, privates and NCOs from working-class backgrounds, admitted they liked the guy. When Trump said, "I know more about ISIS than the generals do," and promised I would bomb the shit out of them, the officers gagged, and the grunts cheered. Glazer had never heard U.S. service members seriously advocate war crimes, but when Trump proposed to take out their families to deter terrorists and bring back waterboarding and a hell of a lot worse, not even for intelligence, but because they deserve it anyway, a lot of the rank-and-file guys decided that he was their man. It was as if Trump had given them permission to express dark impulses that military discipline had always kept in check, and they loved that uninhibited feeling. At a March 3, 2016 GOP debate in Detroit, moderator Bret Baier asked candidate Trump what he would do if, as commander-in-chief, the U.S. military refused to carry out unlawful orders he gave. Trump's response? They won't refuse. They're not going to refuse me. Believe me, I'm a leader. If I say do it, they're going to do it. When I say they'll do as I tell them, they'll do as I tell them. That night, Glazer texted a source, a Marine sergeant, for his reaction. The reply alarmed him. Hell yeah. Glazer shared the exchange with a group of fellow journalists on the messaging app Slack and connected it to Trump's long and public admiration for authoritarian regimes. He reminded those in the Slack thread about Trump's December 2015 remarks on MSNBC's Morning Joe, after host Joe Scarborough brought up Vladimir Putin's history of having journalists who criticize him assassinated. At least he's a leader. I think our country does plenty of killing also. Glazer posted Amazon links to Karen Stinner's The Authoritarian Dynamic, Hannah Arendt's classic The Origins of Totalitarianism, and It Can't Happen Here, Sinclair Lewis's 1935 novel about a populist authoritarian who is elected president of the United States and turns the country into a quasi-fascist state. "Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?" Glazer asked. "Chilling," replied a prominent Wall Street Journal columnist. During the 2016 general election campaign, Glazer wrote a series of stories on the growing perception among senior foreign policy officials in both parties that Trump wasn't merely a bad choice, but fundamentally unfit for office. His articles provided a voice for defense and intelligence leaders who couldn't speak on the record, but wanted to communicate to the public how scared they were by the prospect of an authoritarian demagogue storming into the Oval Office within a few months. These pieces put Glazer in the crosshairs of the ragtag army of right-wing online trolls that had mobilized to support Trump's candidacy. Glazer, a registered Republican, was branded a cuckservative, conservative sellout who allows America to be raped by liberals, just like a cuckold allows other men to have sex with his wife. He started to get regular death threats on Twitter, and someone mailed a chicken blood-soaked hatchet to his office at the Washington Post. The week before the election, an unknown number texted him photos of himself shopping at the Whole Foods in Crystal City and warned him to stop writing about Trump. He turned the messages over to police, but never heard back. Colleagues had similar stories, and worse. On November 8th, Glazer voted for a Democrat for president for the first time in his life. After Trump's stunning victory, many hoped that he would dial back the incendiary rhetoric, but instead he doubled down. During a pre-inauguration press conference in January 2017, he shouted down CNN's Jim Acosta, denouncing the network as fake news. Then in February, he tweeted, "The fake news media, failing at New York Times, at NBC News, at ABC, at CBS, at CNN, is not my enemy. It is the enemy of the American people." Even for Trump, that was stunning language. Wow. Wow, 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 Glazer marveled to his Slack buddies. Enemy of the people, Glazer knew, had been coined during the French Revolution to send innocents to the guillotine, and made most infamous during the Stalin era when Soviet leaders applied it to those they wanted to purge. The phrase became so synonymous with mass executions and the terror of the gulags that even Nikita Khrushchev and his successors forswore its use. Soon after invoking such an inflammatory term, Trump told CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, that journalists should not be allowed to use anonymous sources, and promised, "We're going to do something about it." Glazer still harbored hope that Republican leaders would step in at some point to rein Trump in or pressure him to resign. But those hopes evaporated in August 2017, when GOP leaders made only token statements of disapproval after Trump first spoke sympathetically about the Charlottesville white supremacist rallies, and then pardoned Joe Arpaio, the Arizona sheriff and unrepentant birther who had been convicted of criminal contempt for flouting court orders to stop racially profiling Latinos. The alt-right, Trump's ethnic nationalist base, now increasingly saw itself as having a green light to defy the rule of law. With Democrats failing to mount effective resistance and Republicans supinely enabling each new transgression, Trump kept pushing the envelope. In January 2018, he told the Wall Street Journal that anti-Trump texts sent by FBI agent Peter Strzok amounted to treason, and used similar language to an Ohio crowd on February 5th when he denounced Democrats who didn't give him a standing ovation during his State of the Union address. "Can we call that treason?" Trump asked in his familiar call-and-response style. "Why not?" The second year of Trump's embattled presidency was buffeted by a seemingly endless string of scandals and misadventures. From revelations of his affair with porn star Stormy Daniels and hush money paid to her on the eve of the 2016 election, to influence peddling by Trump's longtime attorney and fixer Michael Cohen, to the disastrous G7 summit in Canada, to Trump heaping praise on Kim Jong-un at their ill-fated meeting in Singapore. The White House was caught flat-footed by the bipartisan backlash against its family separation policy at the border. and the president faced sharp condemnations from many in his own party after standing shoulder to shoulder with Vladimir Putin in Helsinki and publicly siding with the Russian strongman over U.S. intelligence agencies. After the press conference, a CIA source texted Glazer, "This guy would love nothing more than to purge us Stalin style." Michael had been sure that Helsinki would be the end. Surely, his core supporters wouldn't stand for that shameful display. Yet the more Trump did to alienate most Americans, the more confident he grew in the loyalty of his base. When he tweeted, "I have the absolute right to pardon myself," a number of prominent conservative legal scholars opined publicly that he actually did. After GOP congressional candidate Greg Gianforte body-slammed Guardian reporter Ben Jacobs, he won his election and the favor of the president, who later came to Montana and gushed, "Any guy who can do a body slam is my kind of guy." That August, an Ipsos poll showed that 43% of Republicans believed the president should have the authority to close news outlets engaged in bad behavior, and 23% felt President Trump should close down mainstream news outlets like CNN, The Washington Post, and The New York Times. Meanwhile, Trump's accusations of treason and enemy of the people rhetoric had become so common and normalized that they no longer merited even pro forma statements of concern from GOP leaders. Glazer and his colleagues were horrified when the U.S.-residing Washington Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi, who'd criticized both Trump and the Saudi regime, was abducted and dismembered by agents of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, with nary a word of protest by the White House. Weeks later, a conspiracy-mad MAGA fan named Cesar Sayoc sent crude pipe bombs to CNN and a long list of Trump's opponents. "There's a common thread here," Glazer told the Slack group on November 5th. Trump wants journalists to be afraid. With such a malign force still in the Oval Office, the Democrats' midterm victory in the House provided little comfort. Yet, as 2018 drew to a close, Special Counsel Robert Mueller's painstaking and methodical investigation into collusion between the Trump campaign and the Kremlin was tightening its grip. And with more indictments, guilty pleas, and raids making the news, there was a growing sense in Washington that the former FBI director was closing in on his ultimate quarry. Staffers feuded, officials leaked, and aides gossiped. According to fervid rumors, Mueller had a network of informants wearing wires to work every day, and Trump loyalists obsessed about discovering who had been flipped. The president himself was said to be paranoid to the point of alienating even some allies. As the commander-in-chief's decision-making grew more erratic and unmanageable, two of the last adults in the room packed their bags and left. Revered Secretary of Defense James Mattis and long-suffering Chief of Staff John Kelly. When Mueller finally released his report in April 2019, Glazer had briefly allowed himself to hope that its revelations of witness tampering, obstruction of justice, and attempted collusion might at long last strike a mortal blow to the Trump presidency. But seeing the way Trump and Attorney General William Barr seized control of the media narrative, he soon confided to Julia that he'd again been horribly naive. Far from slinking from office, Trump went on the offensive, demanding that the New York Times get down on their knees and beg for forgiveness, and accusing several of his critics of treason by name, even after being reminded that it is a capital offense. Emboldened, he was soon defying congressional subpoenas, declaring willingness to accept foreign election interference, and sharing a chuckle with Vladimir Putin in Osaka about their shared scorn for journalists. Get rid of them. Right on cue, elected Republicans were falling in lockstep to defend deplorable conditions for children in migrant detainment facilities, while some joked publicly about supporting Trump for a third term. As Trump confidently put it that July 23rd, "I have the right to do whatever I want as president." As such, it came as no surprise to anyone that fall the revelations of Trump's extortion of Ukraine failed to loosen his grip on the party. As Democratic investigators uncovered damning evidence of the president withholding military aid in an attempt to obtain a public investigation of the Bidens, Republican loyalists paraded across cable news with a variety of conspiracy theories about Clinton-Ukraine collusion, billion-dollar bribes, and deep state treason, less trying to fool Americans about the facts than curry favor with the television watcher-in-chief. Trump himself mused about arresting impeachment orchestrator Representative Adam Schiff for treason and alluded to a desire to execute the whistleblower as a spy. Demonization of the media kicked into even higher gear, with a pro-Trump fundraiser showing donors an action sequence from Kingsman, the Secret Service, edited to show the president going on an ultra-violent rampage against figures labeled CNN, The Washington Post, and numerous others. Even on the House floor, the president's partisans slavishly likened his impeachment investigation to historical atrocities like the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor and the Passion of Jesus Christ. With Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell promising total coordination with the White House on impeachment defense, and GOP Senator Lindsey Graham openly admitting he was not trying to pretend to be a fair juror, the trial was over before it began. Minutes after his acquittal, Trump tweeted a taunting video showing yard signs that suggested he would run again in 2024, 2028, 2032, and into perpetuity. But as the president took his swaggering victory lap, COVID-19 was already forming a stealthy beachhead on American shores. While Trump dithered and ignored the problem throughout February 2020, the virus was spreading far beyond hope of containment. And as Democrats warned of the brewing pandemic, Trump dismissed their alarm as mere political gamesmanship. This is their new hoax. Yet despite his promises that cases were going to be down to close to zero, he could not wish the historic calamity away. By late March, the nation was in the grip of an unprecedented lockdown. Thousands of Americans were dead, and Trump had to find a new strategy. Soon, with son-in-law Jared Kushner unofficially helming national coronavirus policy, the president was alternating between blaming Democratic governors for the crisis and trying to extort compliments out of them in exchange for federal assistance. They have to treat us well. So instead of national coordination, there was chaos and infighting both within the administration and between the administration and the states. In daily press conferences, Trump repeatedly spouted false medical claims and undercut his own public health officials. On April 10th, footage appeared of coffins being loaded into a trench in New York for mass burial. But Trump was still insisting that governors had to take his marching orders. When somebody's president of the United States, the authority is total. And that's the way it's got to be. It's total. It's total. By April 23rd, the U.S. death toll had crossed 50,000. In the middle of May, just as the first wave was easing, Michael Glazer brought Chinese takeout home to Julia and Gabby and noticed that he couldn't taste any spice in his Kung Pao shrimp. He said aloud that they must have messed up the order. But Gabby, eyes wide with fear, pointed to the chilies on his plate and had him bite into one. Nothing. By the end of the meal, he was clammy and felt muscle aches spreading across his legs and back. For the next 2.5 weeks, he self-isolated in their guest bedroom, running a fever as high as 103 degrees and hacking a dry cough so violent that it was agony to even breathe lying down. Nights were the worst. He was kept awake by vivid hallucinations, huge snakes slithering around his bed, Shiite fighters from Iraq peeking in his window, and a tiny horse that would gallop around his room trailing fire. And by dawn, would be shivering and drenched in sweat. Julia left meals and clean clothes outside his door, and they FaceTimed him from upstairs to keep his morale up. When Michael returned to the land of the living, he tried to catch up on the news and found the country racked by convulsions of unrest. George Floyd's murder by Minneapolis police officers had sparked coast-to-coast protests, and in many places the tensions boiled over into rioting. It was shocking to see videos of buildings ablaze, looters pouring into stores, and D.C. monuments covered in graffiti. But Michael was more deeply disturbed by the police response. Again and again, footage showed cops attacking protesters without provocation, including journalists, the elderly, and disabled people. And the violence was sanctioned from the top. Trump tweeted a threat that when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Twitter, finally starting to reckon with the president's wanton abuse of its platform, flagged the tweet with a public interest notice for glorifying violence. But the threat stayed up, and there were no further consequences. Watching from home, Michael saw the growing disorder across the river on TV. Large crowds of mostly peaceful protesters were demonstrating in Lafayette Square across from the White House, only to be driven back with smoke and pepper balls by phalanxes of faceless cops in RoboCop-style armor. Also, the president and his entourage could walk across the square to St. John's Episcopal Church for Trump's infamous upside-down Bible photo op. He was flanked by Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Mark Milley in Army fatigues, Attorney General Barr, and Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, who told governors that they needed to dominate the battle space in protest-roiled cities. The image was absolutely terrifying. A strong man leading a crackdown, with the kingpins of the national security establishment marching loyally in his wake. Glazer had fleetingly hoped that congressional Republicans would recoil in horror, but instead, they were urging even harsher measures. Hawkish Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton called for the active duty military to be deployed to restore order, branding the violence domestic terrorism and calling for no quarter for insurrectionists, anarchists, rioters, and looters. Florida Representative Matt Gaetz, one of Trump's most aggressive surrogates in the House, was even more sanguine. Now that we clearly see Antifa as terrorists, can we hunt them down like we do those in the Middle East? That night, one of Glazer's Washington Post colleagues darkly warned their Slack group, if they don't start another impeachment tomorrow, followed by a gif of Nazi stormtroopers marching with swastika banners. Glazer didn't respond to that message, but in the following days, he played a key role behind the scenes in encouraging several former senior military officials to speak out about the incident, including General-turned-Secretary of Defense James Mattis and former Joint Chiefs Chairman Colin Powell, Mike Mullen, and Martin Dempsey. Yet even these scorching condemnations failed to shake the confidence of Trump supporters. By July, with masked, camouflaged federal agents roaming the streets of Portland, stuffing protesters into unmarked vans, Michael confided to Julia that his efforts had been a failure. AG Barr and Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf had effectively created a secret police under the noses of the country, he said, and he was powerless to stop it. After his August 2nd article in the Post on former intelligence officials alarmed about Trump's call on Twitter to delay the election, someone found Gabby's Snapchat and sent her a picture of her father, photoshopped into a concentration camp uniform with a yellow Star of David badge. The police did nothing. Days later, Gabby told Michael over dinner that Trump had signed an executive order attempting to ban TikTok, the wildly popular mobile app where millions of teens mocked him with lip-sync dances. He only had a vague idea what the app was, something she used while gyrating weirdly around the house. But the idea that Trump was trying to suppress an entire social media platform based on a thin national security pretext struck him as intensely foreboding. As a drumbeat of riots and killing continued throughout the summer, several sources contacted Michael with claims that right-wing provocateurs had instigated violence in Kenosha, Portland, and elsewhere. He did some digging, but was unable to turn up any concrete evidence, and ultimately concluded that the claims were probably baseless. September brought steady escalation of the right's catastrophic rhetoric, as Trump and his surrogates sowed doubts about Democratic voter fraud and hinted at a radical coup attempt brewing. On September 10th, campaign dirty trickster and felony commutee Roger Stone went on InfoWars, urging the president to have ballots seized by federal marshals and to declare martial law and arrest enemies, including Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg and the Clintons. 2 days later, Trump told a Nevada crowd, "We're going to win 4 more years in the White House, and then after that, we'll negotiate. Based on the way we were treated, we're probably entitled to another 4 after that." And the dire talk kept coming. Health and Human Services official Michael Caputo predicted that the shooting will begin with a left-wing insurrection after Trump's victory, and warned followers, if you carry guns, buy ammunition, because it's going to be hard to get. Attorney General Barr urged federal prosecutors to charge violent protesters with sedition, the crime of conspiring to overthrow the government. At a Minnesota rally, Trump mocked the injury of MSNBC anchor Ali Velshi, who was shot by police with a rubber bullet during a peaceful protest. "It was the most beautiful thing," he crooned. "Wasn't it a beautiful sight? It's called law and order." Yet as September turned to October, the mood in Michael's Slack brightened. Joe Biden still had a commanding lead over Trump in the polls, and time for a comeback was running out. Yet somehow, the president didn't seem defeatist. He had grievously botched the response to America's worst humanitarian and economic crisis since World War II. But his hardcore supporters did not waver. And with the price of defeat plausibly prison time, he had every incentive to play dirtier than the pundits could imagine. As the 2020 presidential election entered its final stretch, Trump tied his pitch firmly to law and order. He regaled voters with graphic and exaggerated details of the Andre Shorter riots in Indianapolis, and raged to a Jacksonville crowd that Abdul Nasir, the Coney Island shooter, should have been burned alive. In Akron, Ohio, Trump told supporters at a rally, "If China Joe wins, folks, we are going to become, and very rapidly, a communist country." In Cincinnati, "They want to outlaw our flag. It may be a hate crime to show Old Glory." In Cleveland, "If you are a Christian, if you are American, they will come for you. They will come for your children. Antifa will loot your beautiful homes." In Allentown, Pennsylvania, "They want you dead. The fake news media, the crooked doctors, and the so-called experts, they are the ones who betrayed you and unleashed this virus upon the country." Still, most of the electorate didn't seem to be buying it. Biden-Harris were up about 8 points in the polls, and 538 gave Democrats a 66% chance of seizing back the Senate as well. Congressional Republicans were bewildered. If Trump's approval slid another few points before November 3rd, the result could be apocalyptic. The Beltway crackled with anxiety on both sides. On the morning of October 28th, the Department of Justice hastily called a press conference, and Bill Barr came out flanked by senior Trump appointees to announce that the DOJ had formally opened a criminal investigation into misconduct by Joe Biden in connection with improper domestic surveillance requests in 2016. Looking straight-faced into the cameras, Barr reminded Americans that Biden was entitled to the presumption of innocence, and that the timing of this investigation is in no way connected to the upcoming election. But this lie was not even intended to deceive. It was a lie intended to display naked political power and remind opponents that they were helpless to resist. Barr's statement did not give justice officials even a fig leaf for justifying the investigation as nonpartisan. And by the following day, the next 3 officers in the DOJ's line of succession had resigned in protest. Deputy Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, Acting Associate Attorney General Claire McCusker Murray, and U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, G. Zachary Terwilliger. Commentators instantly compared the departures to Nixon's 1973 Saturday Night Massacre. But the president's surrogates weren't about to go on the defensive. Instead, they platooned across the airwaves, assailing the careers and characters of the resignees as agents of the Biden-Obama deep state cartel, filthy swamp rats, and far-left America haters who possessed known ties to the Chinese Communist Party. At the same time, a well-coordinated right-wing media blitz was springing into action to capitalize on the news of the investigation. Starting the same night as Barr's announcement, Trump's favored One America News Network aired a slick 3-night special on Biden's alleged misdeeds. On Fox News, Mike Huckabee described Biden's role in Spygate as essentially treasonous, while White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany chided CNN's Anderson Cooper that the liberal elite media is behaving shamefully in trying to cover up these crimes. Politico later obtained a confidential list of talking points from the White House, urging even wilder suggestions that Biden had collaborated with Beijing to blame POTUS for the Wuhan, China virus to improve his own chances of election. In Blue America, it was plain as day what was happening. This was, commentators from Rachel Maddow to the Young Turks explained, a more sinister redux of the Comey letter that likely swung the election to Trump in late October 2016. As some congressional Democrats began organizing to impeach Barr, activists flooded Instagram with calls to protests in the streets. But with the third wave of COVID-19 ripping through many major cities, the response was muted. Unlike the Black Lives Matter protests over the summer, which had drawn enormous numbers of ordinary people horrified by images they'd seen on their screens, the October actions skewed more radical. After The Intercept published chats of DHS agents bragging about injuring protesters, confrontations turned increasingly violent. Clashes with riot police flared in a dozen cities, and cable news showed masked black bloc demonstrators smashing storefronts and torching cop cars from Berkeley to Buffalo. While Trump's too harsh Lafayette Square crackdown had squandered any political gains from the looting back in June, the optics for protesters were now less favorable. The White House released a statement condemning the demonstrators for spreading the virus and endangering American lives, with Trump suggesting during a campaign event that coronavirus deaths that could be traced to protest activity should be prosecuted as homicide. "I think it's murder," he said. "Frankly, I think it's murder." By contrast, on October 30th, Joe Biden told reporters in North Carolina that these protests are necessary in a democracy and they are overwhelmingly peaceful. 2 hours later, Daniel Quirk floored his pickup truck through a riot police shield wall in Denver, killing 3. Trump campaign ads were laying Biden's audio over the ramming footage by that night. With Trump styling himself as the law and order candidate, a video began circulating online of a Biden event in Atlanta, edited from fragments of the candidate's real statements to make it seem like he was telling a young black man that police in this country need to be wiped out. They're pure evil. Because they were wearing masks, there was no need for high-tech chicanery. The convincing-looking 40-second exchange could have been faked by a competent 10-year-old in iMovie. Thousands of bots started promoting the video across Twitter and Facebook, which reacted quickly to suppress the obvious hoax. But the trolls were more sophisticated than they'd been in 2016. Versions of the video appeared that had been manipulated by software to defeat the tech giant's detection algorithms. Numerous prominent conservatives and 6 sitting members of Congress shared copies that lasted hours or days before being taken down. According to the subsequent findings of the Holder Report, at least 49 million Americans saw the video before Election Day. During the closing week of the campaign, Democratic operatives were focused on countering procedural voter suppression. That is, efforts to stop people from casting their ballots at the polls or to prevent their votes from being counted once cast. DNC lawyers crisscrossed the country, chasing rumors of right-wing schemes supported by a small army of activists from the ACLU, Southern Poverty Law Center, and other civil rights groups. And there were indeed significant Republican efforts to thwart would-be voters directly. From closing hundreds of polling places on public health pretexts, to cutting voting hours, restricting mail-in voting, and mobilizing battalions of poll watchers and litigators to challenge voters and ballots. In 12 Republican-controlled counties, election officials announced that voters would need to present negative COVID-19 tests to gain entry to polling places, even though testing delays were often too long to get results back in time. But when the White House urged 4 GOP governors to announce emergency stay-at-home orders in virus-racked Democratic cities, they all refused to abuse their public health powers for such transparently political purposes. And the Holder Report concluded that the suppression measures that were carried out were limited in scope, largely ineffective, and ultimately not decisive. It is now clear that while Democratic strategists perceived exaggerated risk of outright voter suppression, they were inexcusably sluggish in countering more insidious means of reducing turnout. Right-wing YouTubers spread rumors that Trump was planning to have ICE agents round up Hispanics at polling places in search of undocumented immigrants. Mainstream media sources repeated those claims in the course of debunking them, as did Spanish-speaking outlets, giving them a paradoxical signal boost that only exposed more people in that community to the idea. In the African-American community, smoldering rumors caught fire, claiming that a new strain of the SARS-CoV-2 virus was spreading with vastly higher lethality for Black people. As pro-Trump activists Diamond and Silk said, "Stay inside, stay inside, stay inside. We're not leaving the house until Christmas." Sham public health organizations, later traced by the New York Times and ProPublica to pro-Trump donors, bombarded social media users in urban areas with targeted ads showing intubated patients and warning people to avoid leaving home due to extreme coronavirus risk during November. Perhaps most chilling were the warnings of violence. Left-wing media had been bubbling with talk of threats against minority voters, and by Halloween, these rumors were breaking through into the mainstream press. Several militia groups had taken seriously the president's call on Twitter for armed election monitors to keep voters safe from Antifa terrorists. And the Biden campaign and DNC were feverishly working to ensure that voter intimidation laws would be upheld and any militias kept at a safe distance from the polls by police. Claims circulated online that some extremist groups were planning to kill Black and Hispanic voters as they stood in line to vote. What began with anonymous threats on forums like 8kun and Divx was soon being quoted by journalists from BuzzFeed and Vox as evidence that Trump was inspiring voter intimidation. Within days, these fears were being broadcast into Americans' living rooms on Lester Holt's nightly NBC newscast. Then, on November 1st, Trump himself weighed in on Twitter. "I will not tolerate these threats of violence against our Hispanic and African American Black voters. Big turnout on Election Day. Stay safe." At Biden-Harris headquarters in Philadelphia, it was like watching a slow-motion bus crash. Staffers groaned in paralyzed dread as each new day's polling was released. And going into Election Day, the former vice president's national lead had crumbled to 4 points. In swing states, Trump was almost even. Campaign leadership tried to put on an optimistic front, but the rank and file numbly feared the worst. In the pre-dawn hours of November 3rd, field offices began reporting in that the campaign's Get Out the Vote app, known as Evergreen, was crashing nationwide. Volunteers were unable to download their lists of who to call and where to go. and their internal messaging system had frozen or gone down altogether. The Biden war room immediately suspected foreign sabotage, hacking by Russia or another pro-Trump regime. This impression was reinforced as rumors exploded online that electronic voting machines in Wisconsin, Ohio, and Florida were behaving strangely, and even registering Biden votes as votes for Trump. So, when swing states started lighting up red on the electoral map that night, campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon and communications director Kate Bedingfield sat their candidate down in his hotel room and advised him not to concede. The campaign was already gearing up to fight the result in the courts and planning a strategy to go to the mat on vote counting in contested states. On the theory that many mail ballots may have been delayed or mishandled, they were counting on picking up as much as 4% in some states when everything was counted. But Trump wasn't waiting for his challenger to concede. As the red, white, and blue balloons fell at Trump's New York victory speech, maskless supporters could be heard chanting, "Third term," and, about his opponents, "Off to Gitmo." Because the president was no longer a millstone around the necks of Republicans running for Congress, his party achieved significant victories there, too. The following day, enormous protest crowds gathered in major cities across America. But while rally organizers aimed to shatter attendance records, Twitter boiled with rumors of attacks targeting protesters. Accounts, later linked by The Guardian to the pro-Trump Granada Research Group, spread claims that the FBI had received credible truck bomb threats against rallies in Boston, Miami, Phoenix, and San Francisco. Others warned of impending jihadist terror aimed at crowds in Washington, D.C., Denver, or Los Angeles. Amid swirling fear and speculation, turnout, while still around 9 million nationwide, was disappointing compared to triumphant expectations. Calls for a national general strike fizzled and went almost nowhere. Over the following days, hopes of a Biden comeback faded. Although Twitter pundits like Eric Garland and Malcolm Nance held out increasingly arcane scenarios for how Trump's re-election could be thwarted, it was becoming clear that the votes just weren't there. Major legal victories in several key states had extended the deadlines for counting mail-in ballots held up by postal delays. And the margins were tightening, but not nearly enough. The fabled blue shift sputtered. Within 72 hours, enough mailed ballots had been counted in the battlegrounds of Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina that the president's small but firm leads appeared insurmountable. Not even close enough for recounts. The best hope was Arizona, where Biden-Harris faced a 0.4% deficit that O'Malley Dillon believed might narrow to within the 0.1% recount threshold. But by November 10th, the counting process concluded with Trump-Pence still 0.3% ahead. And despite wild public speculation, the lawyers investigating claims of rigged voting machines soon realized they were chasing ghosts. Even the Evergreen crashes, it soon became clear, were the result of bungled IT and not cyber attacks. Over 3 million people were still demonstrating across the country, but Biden saw no path to a change in the outcome. 7 days after Trump declared victory, he telephoned the White House to concede. In his concession speech to the American people that night, he called on his fellow citizens to persevere, keep faith in a moral future for our children, and never, never stop fighting for the soul of this country. Unshackled by even the possibility of defeat at the polls, @Real Donald Trump shot back, "Alzheimer's is a terrible disease. We're praying for you, Joe." Despite Biden's 259 to 272 electoral college loss, following the forlorn efforts of 7 faithless electors, his 3.9% win in the popular vote was almost double Hillary Clinton's margin in 2016. And that margin mattered for a hill of beans. Democratic leadership had feared that pro-Trump militias would menace polling places and poured their efforts into preventing that from actually happening. But it was the mere threat of them that had been far more effective. This was an especially bitter pill for the millions, disproportionately minorities, who had ignored those threats, risked coronavirus infection, driven or walked many miles, and braved lines several hours long to vote anyway. In Blue America, the realization that all the activism and organizing had come to nothing, and Trump would waltz unpunished into a second term, was simply soul-crushing. And the victors lapped up liberal tears with sickening relish. And the disaster wasn't confined to the White House. When the ballots were all counted and the legal challenges adjudicated, the Senate stayed in Republican hands, and the GOP picked up a net 14 House seats, trimming Speaker Nancy Pelosi's once commanding majority to a precarious 6. Among Democrats, the bitter finger-pointing began immediately, with Pelosi one of the first casualties. Battered by the relentless dramas of a year that felt like a decade, Michael Glazer and his colleagues looked ahead to 2021 with gallows humor. The only place to go from here is nuclear war for the World Series finale, a Wall Street Journal reporter messaged the Slack group on New Year's Eve. Nah, solar flares, asteroids, Yellowstone supervolcano, Glazer answered. Get creative. As the 117th Congress convened, Trump moved to consolidate his re-election mandate by forcing out many of the establishment-minded appointees that he perceived had undermined his first term. Josh Dossey's book, Totally Under Control, had described a St. Anthony Society of pro-science officials within the executive branch who'd worked to coordinate a coherent coronavirus policy in defiance of Jared Kushner, and the president was determined to exterminate the society, root and branch. Along with senior advisor Stephen Miller, he formulated a list of those to be abruptly terminated, above and beyond those who had already agreed to step down for the upcoming term. They included Health and Human Services Secretary Max Ezer, Energy Secretary Dan Brouillette, and 31 other deputy secretaries, undersecretaries, and assistant secretaries across the government. On January 8th, 2021, Trump announced the unceremonious firings via Twitter. White House Chief of Staff Robert Lighthizer saw the news on his phone as he was coming out of dental surgery in Washington and caught the next flight to Palm Beach, where the president had just arrived to spend the weekend at his oceanside Mar-a-Lago estate. Lighthizer, who Trump aides recall still had gauze packed into one side of a grotesquely swollen jaw, cornered his boss in a hallway and demanded that the sacked officials be reinstated. But the relationship between the two men had been growing more distant for several weeks and had already soured beyond the point where Trump cared what his former U.S. trade representative thought. As described by Ben Smith in The Endgame, Trump openly mocked Lighthizer for the saliva running down his chin, imitating his Novocaine slurred protestations and taunting him to resign. The next morning, he did. Hours later, Trump announced that newly pardoned Rudy Giuliani had agreed to serve as his 6th White House Chief of Staff. Trump then swiftly acted to ensure that his national security team was staffed exclusively by America First loyalists. So, National Security Advisor Matthew Pottinger got the axe, along with his deputy, Claire Spiroff, and several key National Security Council officials. In Pottinger's place, he appointed former Heritage Foundation senior scholar Philip Genovese, who had been an outspoken critic of NATO and supporter of Bush-era torture. To fill the Director of National Intelligence position following John Ratcliffe's sudden departure, he nominated Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, one of his staunchest nationalist supporters in Congress. And with CIA Director Gina Haspel reportedly crossing Trump in private over his handling of the Coin Island incident, she likewise had to go. To replace her, the president tapped Representative Devin Nunes, the former chair of the House Intelligence Committee, whose blistering attacks on the FBI made him seem like a reliable surrogate. There was a brief and spirited effort to thwart both nominations based on their histories of promoting conspiracy theories about the intelligence community. But Senate Republicans fell into lockstep almost unanimously. And without the filibuster available, Democrats folded. Nunes was confirmed, 49-48, and Vice President Pence stepped in to break the 50-50 deadlock in favor of Jordan. More purges soon followed, as the new regime sought to force out anyone with close ties to Lighthizer, Pottinger, Haspel, or their predecessors. Under the leadership of Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, Trump diehards scoured the relationships and social media profiles of almost the entire West Wing staff for signs of disloyalty. In an intensification of tactics that started in the administration's first year, Miller's subordinates terrorized employees with surprise phone checks, email examinations, and inspections for concealed recording devices. They demanded access to Facebook accounts, scrolled through people's texts, and asked for banking passwords. Many recall that it felt like being in a relationship with a jealous and abusive lover. One female NSC aide was cornered in a bathroom by a woman colleague who demanded that she take off her skirt and bra to prove she wasn't wearing a wire. The aide threatened to sue and got a 5-figure settlement to keep quiet. At the same time, someone, there's still fierce debate about who, wrote a big check to have independent political operatives from an Oppo shop linked to Breitbart CEO Larry Solov investigate suspected turncoats using techniques that couldn't be legally ordered from within the White House. Their findings found their way back to Miller, a close Solov ally, and over a dozen White House staffers were branded as enemies of the administration and summarily terminated. They were handed banker boxes, given a few minutes to gather up their personal belongings, and escorted out of the West Wing by Secret Service. Some shook and sobbed. Survivors humorously referred to the loyalty checks and firings as the Red Vetting, in reference to the Red Wedding massacre from Game of Thrones. In replacing all these departures, the administration gave preference to those with unimpeachable Trumpist bona fides, especially members of the October 8th coalition, those who had firmly supported Trump, even when the infamous Access Hollywood tape nearly torpedoed his campaign 1 month before the 2016 election. The January 17th fire at Bedminster sent a shiver through Michael Glazer's Slack group. One Bloomberg reporter predicted people are getting rounded up over this, to which a CNN correspondent answered, "Nah, someone's getting carpet bombed." And they braced for an insane presidential response. So it was an enormous relief when Trump accepted the official explanation of a short circuit during security renovations. Instead of vengeance or conspiracy theories, he simply tweeted a promise to rebuild better than ever and vowed to keep Mar-a-Lago open through the summer for members of both clubs, hurricane season be damned. Even as repairs got underway in New Jersey, the president was scrambling to pull the nation's economy out of the deepening recession. Despite trillions in stimulus spending since the coronavirus lockdowns began the previous March, waves of small business closures had gutted the autumn recovery, with consumer spending down almost 10% and unemployment back up to 9.5%. American savings were exhausted, and another storm of foreclosures was looming on the horizon. So, on January 21st, with the Dow in free fall back down through 22,000, the White House announced an enormous relief plan billed as a way to get America spending again after the pandemic. Each American citizen would receive a tax-free check for $5,500, with those living in the 100 counties hit hardest by job cuts receiving $8,500. In all, Trump proposed to pump over $1.9 trillion into the economy, the largest such one-time injection in the nation's history. Where the 2020 stimulus had been rescue breathing, this would be the jolt of defibrillators. Best of all, it would require no new taxes and wouldn't increase the debt by a single cent. Instead, the plan resurrected a radical idea floated by some Democrats during the 2011 debt ceiling crisis. It exploited an obscure loophole in a Clinton-era law that allows the Secretary of the Treasury to mint and issue bullion and proof platinum coins in accordance with such denominations as the Secretary, in the Secretary's discretion, may prescribe. Thus, Acting Secretary Tom Barrack Jr. would direct the U.S. Mint to strike a platinum coin with a face value of $2 trillion and deposit the coin into the Treasury's general account at the Federal Reserve. All members of Congress had to do was vote to approve Trump cutting each of their constituents a $5,500 check. The plan was what economists call helicopter money, because the intended effects are similar to what might happen if the government flew a helicopter over a community and flung bales of cash down to residents below. People would go out and spend the money, creating a burst of economic activity, but also sharp inflation. Yet the inflation is intended as a feature, not a bug. As money becomes less valuable, it is easier for ordinary people to pay back debts at their nominal values. This was pure Bannonite economic nationalism, but ironically found significant support within the populist Sanders AOC wing of the Democratic Party. According to the administration, the stimulus would generate more than $8 trillion in economic growth and an extra $2.5 trillion in free government revenue by the end of fiscal year 2023. Analysts call the estimates wildly over-optimistic, but by the end of trading that day, the Dow had roared to a record up 2,991-point close. At a Rose Garden press conference introducing the plan that Friday, Trump, after crowing endlessly about its rapturous reception on Wall Street, boasting of its assured passage in Congress, and stolidly ignoring questions about the unfolding rout in the bond market, teased another bombshell. After FRAF, Emergency Financial Relief for American Families, passed, he said, the first agenda item of his second term would be a major plan to reduce student debt, or maybe even wipe it out completely. We'll see. That night, a Boston Globe reporter cautioned Glazer's Slack group, "Stay frosty, kids. Centrist Trump is the most dangerous Trump." Glazer's next big story was a 4,400-word investigation of the breakdown of the special relationship between American and British intelligence agencies over the course of Trump's first term. Ordinarily, MI6 freely shared intel with the CIA and vice versa, but Trump's chumminess with Putin and repeated careless disclosures of classified information led the Brits to believe that continued cooperation could get their sources burned. The article detailed several substantive ways that losing this flow of information had already harmed U.S. interests. The bombshell disclosure was that the British had known 2 weeks in advance about Operation Golden Chariot, Israel's December 2020 offensive in Gaza. With the Trump-Netanyahu relationship fraying, the White House got only a perfunctory 12-hour warning from the Israelis. 3 Americans have been killed in the strikes that followed. The night after the piece was published, Sean Hannity referred to it on his Fox News show as a vicious anti-Semitic smear job and more fake news from Jeff Bezos' blog. On January 25th, morning news in the U.S. was dominated by coverage of the first large-scale COVID-19 vaccine rollout across the country. But by lunchtime, a news story sent shockwaves throughout the media. A website called Journal Leaks had suddenly appeared, hosting a searchable database of over 3,000 emails sent or received by American journalists. On the homepage, a Drudge-style gallery of headlines linked to especially compromising material. In one thread, a contributor to the left-wing Waging Nonviolence blog arranges for sex with children as young as 5 years old in Malaysia. In another, an alternate writer asks a Palestinian activist for help fabricating an anti-Trump source. An explosive series of emails from a prominent cable news host showed him illegally sheltering money in the Cayman Islands to evade U.S. taxes. Another chain featured several prominent New York Times reporters openly describing Trump to a Der Spiegel editor as the enemy and a psychotic madman who must be defeated. An exchange between a group of White House correspondents and Guardian U.S. editor John Mulholland exposed the names of several high-level government sources who had leaked classified information to the press. Half a dozen investigative reporters were caught telling colleagues in Zurich, Amsterdam, and Tokyo about American state secrets in their possession. In all, 266 journalists were affected. JournoLeaks announced that it was the work of a hacker collective calling itself Nazgul that was dedicated to exposing the corruption of the American media. This cache was just the first out of 6, Nazgul said, and hundreds more journalists had even darker secrets yet to be revealed. To the journalists themselves, Nazgul had a stark threat. Next time you publish a piece that is biased or anti-American, you will have your most compromising actions bared to the world. On the Trumpist right, the president's supporters greeted JournoLeaks with frenzied jubilation. Former White House advisor Sebastian Gorka tweeted a link to the site. Fatal blow to the fake news media. #JournoLeaks. Donald Jr. did likewise, commenting, "Lock 'em up. Lying leftist journalists turn out to be perverts, rapists, traitors. Not surprised." Hannity devoted an entire 2-hour special to breathless coverage of the leaks and offered a $10,000 reward for information that could confirm any of the felonious acts described in the emails and put the journalist or source in question behind bars. The Espionage Act gives 10 years in prison for each violation, Hannity said. So I have a message to all the deep state saboteurs trying to destroy the President of the United States of America, and to all these corrupt so-called journalists on the alt-radical left. Don't drop the soap in there. As soon as Hannity's show ended, Trump himself tweeted, "Proof of what I have been saying many, many times. Media doesn't just lie, but criminal. We will fix." Liberals bleated about the invasion of journalists' privacy, but for much of the leak's content, there was no way to defend them on the merits. Almost 24 resigned their jobs or were fired, amidst revelations ranging from false reporting to insider trading, and from extramarital affairs to statutory rape. Many other JournoLeaks victims lawyered up or hired crisis PR firms to do damage control. Some claimed not to have written the emails. Others admitted their authenticity, but argued that they were taken out of context. Commentators not affected were quick to condemn colleagues' misconduct in order to keep their own hands clean. Yet among journalists, something about the JournoLeaks story didn't smell right. Members of Michael Glazer's reeling Slack group tried to make sense of the situation and noticed several peculiar facts. First, all the leaked emails had foreign senders or recipients. Second, many of the victims had been using secure Gmail accounts, had installed the latest anti-malware software, and had guarded carefully against phishing attempts. Third, none of the foreign victims had been using PGP or an equivalent email encryption protocol, nor were they protecting themselves behind virtual private networks. Fourth, sources in black hat hacker circles had never heard of Nazgul, nor had cybersecurity officials at American or allied intelligence services. Fifth, as discovered by the Gray Hat Sonic Screwdriver Collective, JournoLeaks appeared to use a highly unusual piece of back-end architecture that had only been observed on a handful of sites known to have been built by Palantir, Peter Thiel's secretive data analytics firm. In a 178-part Twitter thread on February 1st, anti-Trump legal analyst Seth Abramson laid out evidence speculating that the JournoLeaks emails had been gathered by the NSA and released by the CIA, a Palantir client, at the president's order. 2 days later, FBI agents arrested 3 senior State Department officials, Jim Wilson, Mark Cook, and Pamela Shepard, on espionage charges related to classified information disclosures to foreign journalists that had been revealed by journal leaks. Trump took to Twitter within minutes. Treason by very bad people in government. Fake news media caused this espionage. Killing the country. Penalty used to be death. We're too soft. That night, at a rally in Tuscaloosa, Trump revived his recurring thread of broadcast license revocations. They're getting away with murder, the president riffed, and we're going to make it stop. We're making it stop, folks. Any network puts classified information on TV, their broadcast license, bye-bye. The crowd roared thunderous approval. That Friday, as CNN's Jim Acosta was leaving his apartment building in Washington, D.C., he was accosted by a masked assailant and savagely beaten with an aluminum baseball bat. Acosta suffered a broken jaw and 4 fractured ribs, and witnesses said the perpetrator shouted about treason before escaping. The next morning, Trump denounced the horrible, horrible attack and told reporters he would be praying for Acosta's swift recovery. But right-wing media was already aflame with conspiracy theories that the attack had been staged by the president's opponents. A viral armchair analysis by Thaddeus Kuno, who billed himself on Twitter as the world's foremost expert on 5G radio toxicology, and admits he suffers from paranoid delusions and severe rejection-related PTSD, claimed that the whole thing was a hoax. Kuno analyzed cell phone footage showing Acosta being loaded into an ambulance and highlighted 7 features of his face, neck, and hands that ostensibly proved that the bloodied man was merely a crisis actor, pretending to be the CNN journalist. Kuno's post was retweeted by Donald Trump Jr., Sean Hannity, and Seb Gorka. Meanwhile, users of the poll board on 4chan pointed to a mustachioed man in the background of a vlog shot in Amsterdam to claim that the real Jim Acosta was living in disguise outside the country. In the wake of the attack, Michael Glazer's Slack group discussed additional security precautions journalists could take and how to deal with worried loved ones, urging them to stay away from the Trump beat. Julia had warned Michael to keep a lower profile, but she knew his instinct would be the opposite. He tweeted 13 times about Acosta's assault and received half a dozen death threats in return. As violence menaced journalists in the streets, the administration assailed them in the courts. At Attorney General Barr's direction, the Justice Department was unleashing a full-scale assault on press outlets that had been critical of the president. Federal judges denied several attempts to block publication of leaked material about Trump's national security misdeeds. Most notably, the explosive revelations that he had offered Bahrain assistance repressing dissidents in exchange for giving him a foreign policy win with the Abraham Accords. But government leakers were being prosecuted with unprecedented ferocity in an effort to dry up confidential sources, and leads were already evaporating. 3 reporters were already in jail for protecting their sources, including Gordon Lubold of the Wall Street Journal, who had been rotting in a Virginia cell since Christmas for refusing to reveal to a grand jury who gave him the Pentagon memos detailing objections to the National Guard deployment in Cleveland. And in an unprecedented escalation, the DOJ had initiated prosecutions of 2 Pulitzer Prize-winning reporters under the Espionage Act. The Intercept's James Risen for exposing a secret Homeland Security database of protest attendees, and Mike McIntyre of the New York Times for disclosing Barr's classified spending spree on military-grade anti-riot equipment. Meanwhile, the Attorney General's loyalists at Justice were bringing a wave of antitrust actions against media ownership. Jeff Bezos and the Washington Post successfully resisted efforts to force the Amazon centibillionaire to sell the paper. But Barr's investigators claimed extravagant abuses at the Atlantic's publisher Atlantic Media and its majority owner Emerson Collective. And in late January, the prospect of enormous fines forced Laurene Powell Jobs and Emerson to divest the 164-year-old magazine. It was snapped up by libertarian billionaire Forrest Hines, who promised editorial independence, but would soon fire or alienate most of the staff. Yet the venerable monthly's voice was not silenced for long. Refugees from the Atlantic, including former editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg, would quickly launch the Lodestar, with a combination of crowdfunding and grants from the Open Society Foundations and Hewlett Foundation. All the while, journal leaks hung like a cloud over the whole industry. On February 5th, the FBI announced that it had arrested 29-year-old NSA employee Ryan Lake, who investigators said was responsible for the journal leaks breach. Standing 5'4" with thick glasses and an unruly dark beard, Lake elicited comparisons to a Tolkien character from the moment his mugshot appeared. He had a PhD in computer science from Caltech and briefly worked at Google until the Damore affair in 2017 spurred an exodus of right-leaning talent. Lake was active in the neurodiversity movement, promoting social acceptance of autistic people, and under the username Capybara, styled himself as part of Donald Trump's troll army. The federal charges against Lake alleged that he had stolen emails collected as part of the NSA's foreign surveillance programs and created the Nazgul identity as cover for distributing them. But before Lake, denied bail as a flight risk, had spent 36 hours behind bars, President Trump granted him a full and absolute pardon. Facing a storm of questions from reporters the next morning, Trump defended the email thefts as whistleblowing. By revealing very serious crimes and corruption by the media, Ryan did a great and even noble thing, very brave. When ABC's Tara Palmieri asked about the precedent the pardon would set for future privacy breaches, Trump shot back, "You should be focusing on the crimes he exposed." Right on cue, the president's surrogates flooded the airwaves to remind viewers that President Obama had pardoned Chelsea Manning, who was not only a leaker, but a convicted traitor. Unlike Manning, Ryan Lake has not been convicted of anything, Kayleigh McEnany enthused to a dumbstruck Anderson Cooper. But the outrage didn't last long. The Super Bowl attack on February 7th swept everything else from the headlines. President Trump was returning to Washington aboard Air Force One when the first reports came in of a truck ramming post-game crowds in Tampa. By the time he landed at Joint Base Andrews, local authorities were reporting almost 100 attendees killed and had identified the big rig's driver as Ahmed Ali Osman, a Somali immigrant who had pledged allegiance to ISIS in a video that afternoon. The president had been under the impression that ISIS had been defeated and feared that a new wave of attacks would destroy the economic gains from his stimulus. Stomping into the Situation Room, Trump was informed that Osman had been on Homeland Security's radar since 2019, but in the absence of overt jihadist activity, there was nothing that could be done to stop him. Watching graphic images of the carnage on simultaneous feeds of CNN and Fox News, he flew into a cyclonic rage, vowing never to let such a lapse be repeated. DNI Jordan arrived by car before sunrise, and together with Trump, chaired an Oval Office meeting attended by Stephen Miller, Attorney General Barr, National Security Advisor Genovese, rehired advisor Sebastian Gorka, NSC officials Dick Elkins and Todd Sexton, and DHS Associate General Counsel Mike Russell. The details of the meeting remain unknown, but the principles emerged with the broad strokes of a plan that would allow indefinite detention of persons on U.S. soil believed to have been radicalized. Staffers at Homeland Security and the Office of the White House Counsel spent the next few days frantically hammering out the specifics of the policy, which, as of a February 10th memo to the president, was named the Preventive Action Program. The main legal obstacle was that while the 2012 National Defense Authorization Act allowed indefinite detention of U.S. citizens and permanent residents, part of or substantially supported by jihadist groups, or who have directly supported hostilities against the United States, it did not apply to people like Ahmed Ali Osman, who was independently radicalized without joining any terrorist group. The solution was Executive Order 14004, which directed DNI Jordan to come up with comprehensive definitions of part of and directly supported, with the effect of reinterpreting the NDAA language as applying to lone wolf radicalized jihadis. The new definitions, promulgated concurrently with the order, would allow detention of those giving ideological allegiance to jihadist groups, or who participated in or cooperated with such groups' efforts to promote violence. Within hours of the order's signing on February 10th, with no notification to governors, Homeland Security, FBI, and ICE agents conducted raids in 16 states, taking 112 suspected radicalized Muslims into custody. Most had traveled to Syria from 2013 to 2018 and were considered by authorities to be the highest priority terror threats. Yet administrative holding facilities on U.S. soil soon became scenes of heated protest, as detainees' families massed outside the doors, holding posters of loved ones' faces and demanding answers. Civil liberties groups bussed thousands of demonstrators to sites like the Mira Loma Detention Center in Lancaster, California, where a crowd became violent and was dispersed with tear gas and water cannons. ACLU lawyers barraged the courts with motions challenging the PAP's legality, and left-wing social media seethed with false reports that EO 14004 allowed mass internment of all Muslims in America. As one viral post on Instagram put it, "The American Holocaust has begun. Stop PAP by any means necessary." The political blowback surprised West Wing insiders, who had expected near universal public support following the Super Bowl attack. Administration lawyers advised that federal judges would likely strike down key provisions of the order, so the White House resolved to find less controversial detention options, while pushing a bill through Congress to put the program on a firmer legal footing. On February 13th, following frenetic legislative maneuvering and a midnight passage on the House floor, President Trump signed the Agents of Foreign Extremist Organizations Act. AFIO broadened authorization for preventive detention to include persons merely providing active support to foreign extremist organizations that promote violence. The same day, the first batch of PAP AFIO detainees were shipped overseas. Although Seb Gorka and a minority of NSC legal advisors suggested sending them to Guantanamo Bay, it was clear that that would only strengthen the backlash. Rather, the president wanted an option that would keep detainees out of sight and out of mind. The Navy had balked at the complications of warehousing suspected jihadists on vessels underway, so the White House decided to send the prisoners to one of America's most remote territorial possessions. Johnston Island, part of an uninhabited coral atoll, lies in a desolate stretch of ocean between Hawaii and the Marshall Islands. The site of a nuclear weapons accident in 1962 and biological weapons tests in 1965, it was used later in the Cold War for storage of chemical weapons and Agent Orange stockpiles. Now, after 14 years of abandonment, prefabricated structures sprang up on the decrepit 9,000-foot runway, ringed by machine gun towers and bales of concertina wire. As far as the ACLU was concerned, the detainees might as well have been on the moon. But there were civil rights violations closer to home, too. On February 14th, a week after the attack, federal authorities announced a manhunt for Ahmed Ali Osman's brother-in-law, Ahmed Abdiwali. Homeland Security believed he was being sheltered in Minneapolis's Little Mogadishu. In the Cedar Riverside neighborhood, to the east of downtown, teams of tactical officers with ballistic armor and long guns walked alongside Humvees, Bearcat armored personnel carriers, and MRAPs. Dark, hulking monstrosities that had protected U.S. soldiers from IEDs in Iraq. The hundreds of personnel on foot put on an impressive pageant of American law enforcement uniforms. Minneapolis Police in light blue, MPD SWAT in dark blue, Minnesota State Patrol in tan, FBI SWAT in olive drab, and DHS Special Response Team in mottled urban camo. They swept down heavily Muslim residential streets, treating every house as a potential ambush. Squads moved tactically, maintaining 360-degree arcs of awareness and keeping submachine guns trained on doors and second-floor windows. Exchanging hand signals, they would stack in formation outside homes to cover the officers going up to the front door. If no one was home, teams would either pick their lock or beat the door open with a battering ram. Usually, though, they'd be allowed in without incident and fan out across hallways and bedrooms, looking for any sign of Abduwali. Sometimes, a squad leader would call on the radio, and a pair of plainclothes MPD detectives or FBI agents in Navy Bureau windbreakers would appear and question the residents inside. Occasionally, families would be herded onto their lawns and flex-cuffed before being loaded into the police vans that trailed the armored columns. Journalists and activists on the ground who tried to intervene were tased and hauled off on felony charges. News helicopters circled overhead and caught it all through telephoto lenses. The images reminded Michael Glazer of the massive April 2013 manhunt in Cambridge, Massachusetts, following the Boston Marathon bombing. Abduwali wasn't even in Little Mogadishu anyway. He was hiding out with a classmate in South Minneapolis. And when armed federal agents showed up at the house that night, he bolted out the back door. The declassified footage from a police helicopter shows the whole scene in infrared. The runner's body heat lights him bright white against the cool background, clambering over a chain-link fence into the neighbor's yard. Swarms of white incandescent figures, SWAT officers, stream onto the front lawn, cued by spotters from above. As the man runs, a glowing spatter appears on the ground. One of the sharpshooters has hit him in the foot. He hobbles across the grass to the back fence, but appears to decide he can't get over it injured. By now, SWAT officers are advancing up the driveway with guns raised. The point man passes under a basketball hoop and sees him there at the side of the garage. Headshot. The fugitive slams to the ground and lies motionless in a growing pool of bright hot blood. 10 minutes later, a bomb squad robot finds that he wasn't wearing a suicide vest. Within an hour, the FBI would confirm from fingerprints that the unarmed body belonged to a 17-year-old Ahmed Abduwali. Authorities had never alleged he was connected to the Super Bowl attack. The next morning, at a joint Rose Garden press conference with UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, President Trump took a question on the manhunt from AP correspondent Zeke Miller. The problem here, Trump said, is that they harbored him. Here is this vicious animal, helps kill 200 Americans, which some people are saying it may turn out to be, and the Muslims, I hate to say it, there in Minneapolis, they harbored him. That is unbelievable disloyalty to our country, frankly, and we're not going to sit back and allow that anymore. When Miller pointed out that investigators were not claiming any connection between Usman's brother-in-law and the ramming, Trump repeated the falsehood that Ahmed Abduwali was armed to the teeth. This guy had weapons you wouldn't believe. Again, Miller pushed back, citing the FBI's statement that he had been unarmed, and reports that the Minneapolis cop, grazed by bullet fragments, had been hit by friendly fire. I think the FBI did say that, Trump answered, but also they're saying he shot and lightly injured one of the police officers, so nobody really knows. Hours later, Trump underscored his point with a tweet. Disloyalty. Where were the moderate Muslims on this? Harbored terrorist, tried to kill police. The president's CAG 2024 super PAC sent out emails linking to a fringe blog, pushing the theory that Muslims working security at the game had conspired to allow the attack. Trump himself offhandedly gave credence to the idea on the way to board Marine One. Maybe he had help at that stadium. Outlets less directly connected to the White House explicitly blamed Democrats, Antifa, and black supremacists for the February 7th slaughter. If only political correctness hadn't stifled potential tipsters, or the courts had allowed more invasive surveillance of mosques, such terror could all have been prevented. If it had been up to Trump, one Facebook meme said of the African-born attacker, he never would have gotten out of the Middle East in the first place. That night, Trump broke into evening television broadcasts, prime time on the East Coast, for a surprise address from the Oval Office. The networks had been given just 45 minutes' notice in a terse White House statement, and knew only that the president would be addressing the nation about national security. When the cameras went live, Trump, sitting at the Resolute desk, solemnly announced that U.S. intelligence had traced the Super Bowl plot back to Abu Ubaidah al-Safidi, an ISIS-linked cleric based in Yemen. In the telepromptered statement, he revealed that U.S. warplanes operating from carriers in the Arabian Sea had already struck the enemy, and bombing was expected to continue for almost a week. In support of the operations, and in remembrance of the attack victims, Trump called on all Americans to proudly wear NFL memorial pins for the next 30 days. It is time, he said, to unify as one country. We cannot be divided and distracted by politics any longer. The commander-in-chief ended with a promise. I will not waver, I will not stop, until these barbaric animals have been completely and totally annihilated. The journalists in Glazer's Slack group exploded with surprise and incredulity. They frantically worked Pentagon and Langley's sources, trying to figure out what was going on. The truth soon became clear. There were indeed strikes on valid jihadist targets in Yemen, but officials said privately there was no evidence of an operational link to Ahmed Ali Osman. The targets had been on the CIA's radar for months, but airstrikes against them had been deferred due to high potential for civilian casualties. The nugget of intel used internally to justify the operation had been cherry-picked from a sea of similar signals that had previously been dismissed as insignificant. But the mandate from the White House was crystal clear. Someone has to pay for this. In other words, hitting these targets was far more political than strategic. It was similarly calculating to schedule follow-up sorties for another 100 hours, ensuring that the networks got lots of red meat footage of U.S. tax dollars raining holy vengeance on desert landscapes. On February 17th, Trump's Twitter account posted video of a GBU-43B, commonly known as the mother of all bombs, flattening a mountainside compound in a burst of orange fire and white smoke. Captioned simply, #Moab, #MAGA. Soon, other images from Yemen trickled out to the world media. Piled corpses amidst what looked like a shattered living room. Blood-soaked kids. A badly burned girl clutching a teddy bear in a hospital. Human Rights Watch estimated that over 350 civilians had been killed in Operation Resolute Eagle. Over half of these were children and teenagers attending a jihadist-run madrasa near the port city of Mukalla. In response, the Trump administration touted 129 militants killed and claimed that HRW's numbers were wildly exaggerated. Pro-Trump blogs posted amateur forensic analyses purporting to prove that those killed in the strikes were all military-age men. Others on the right conceded that minors had been killed, but essentially branded them all future jihadists anyway. Next time these liberal crybabies tell you that our brave servicemen and women bombed a school, Fox News' Tommy Lahren told viewers indignantly, remember, It's a madrasa, as in a training camp for Islamic terrorists. So what's the problem? Are we really supposed to believe that these RPG-toting, woman-stoning, death to America chanting young men were going to grow up to be the left's fabled moderate Muslims? Didn't think so. Trump himself defended his actions vigorously on Twitter. Slander against our heroes, U.S. soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines. Do not tolerate this from cowardly lying media. What the American public did not then know was that the Mukalla strikes were the result of Secretary of Defense J.J. Jack talking the president out of much more drastic action. While the casualties were still being cleared away on Super Bowl Sunday, Trump spoke with Pentagon advisors via secure video link from the Situation Room. After hearing intelligence about recent exhortations to attack American public events posted by al-Safidi, Trump asked them to drop options for an immediate retaliatory strike on Mukalla with a tactical nuclear weapon. Only this, Trump said, would send Muslim nations the powerful message required by the moment, and signal to the world America's resolve to stamp out Islamic terrorism for good. Phil Genovese quoted a memo by National Security Council staffer Marcus Ganswin, making the tendentious argument that under international law, the entire population of Mukalla could be construed as participating in mimetic warfare against the United States, and were therefore enemy combatants. In other words, every man, woman, and child who stayed in the insurgent-plagued city bolstered al-Safidi's propaganda claims on Twitter, so it would be legal to nuke them. Jack, multiple witnesses say, responded with stammering horror at what he told the president would be a moral atrocity. He explained that such a nuclear strike would violate the principle of distinction in the law of armed conflict, which forbids attacks that indiscriminately target both legitimate military objectives and non-combatant civilians. Mimetic warfare, Jack said, his Tennessee drawl supplying scare quotes, means precisely nothing under the LOAC. As Jack warned, the U.S. is bound by the LOAC as a party to the Geneva Conventions of 1949, which have the full force of law under Article 6 of the Constitution. As such, Trump's inaugural oath demanded its faithful execution and prosecution of any U.S. personnel who followed unlawful orders. Beyond that, using any nuclear weapon in war for the first time since 1945 would obliterate the precious international norm against their use and undermine America's ability to discourage similar actions by other nations. Trump protested that jihadists don't follow the principle of distinction when attacking an NFL stadium. How can America fight with one hand tied behind its back? The 73-year-old former Army general cut right to the chase. Under the 1986 Goldwater-Nichols Act, America's nuclear arsenal is under the control of the National Command Authorities, consisting jointly of the President and the Secretary of Defense. Although the President could technically go around the SecDef to order missiles out of their silos, perhaps during the chaotic minutes before an incoming nuclear strike, the normal chain of military command passes through the Secretary. In front of everyone else on the video conference, Jack evenly informed Trump that he formally refused to sign off on any use of nukes. This was a brass balls move, pure Mattis, as one witness puts it, noting that observers had considered Jack unlikely to stand up to Trump in such a crisis. Although the Secretary of Defense could thus legally forestall a strike order, the president could also legally fire him at any moment and ask his deputy, as the new acting secretary, to approve the order. If the deputy refused, the president had the power to keep firing people all the way down the chain of command in a sort of macabre parody of The Apprentice until he found someone willing to comply. And, theoretically, he could even just transmit the order directly to the Pentagon, letting the lawyers sort it out later. But Trump backed down. Affirming his respect for Jack's advice, he agreed to a much more limited strike package with conventional cruise missiles and carrier-based aircraft targeting al-Safidi and his fighters specifically. Even then, the attacks would only proceed when American intelligence could draw a plausible connection between the radical cleric and the driver in Tampa. When the strikes went forward, they were devastating. On February 18th, while addressing the nation in front of an audience of first responders at Raymond James Stadium, Trump announced with relish that an American cruise missile strike a few hours earlier had killed al-Safidi and several dozen of his followers outside Mukalla. "This horrible attack on America and our way of life has been avenged," Trump said, reading from a teleprompter to deafening USA chants. Overall, Resolute Eagle was a resounding success for the administration. International media reports of civilian deaths did little to sway public opinion in the US, and the action enjoyed high bipartisan approval from 93% of Republicans and 54% of Democrats, according to Reuters Ipsos the following week. Pollsters found that viewers had seen Trump's handling of the crisis as presidential, serious, and strong. In the wake of the bombing campaign, nationwide opposition to the president felt the wind going out of its sails. On Capitol Hill and in their districts, legislators felt like everyone was wearing the memorial pin. One moderate Republican with a history of opposing the president recalls holding a town hall and finding that not a single supporter's lapel was missing the ubiquitous black ribbon over the red, white, and blue NFL shield. With the winds of public opinion blowing against partisan politics, elected officials in both parties were hesitant to be seen as undermining national unity. And so, Congress did not muster any meaningful oversight of how the administration was using its detention powers under AFIO. In heavily pro-Trump parts of the country, the NFL pins quickly became a badge of loyalty to the president. In Hamilton, Alabama, parents circulated a petition to fire high school civics teacher Brian McCoy, who pointedly refused to wear the pin at a school assembly. In Kingfisher, Oklahoma, a restaurant owner confronted a black employee who came to work without a pin, handing him an extra and demanding he put it on. When the employee, 19-year-old Jamel James, refused, he was fired. When New York Times columnist Bret Stephens criticized the pin movement as manipulative political theater, he faced a hurricane of Trumpist denunciation as anti-American and unpatriotic. Tallahassee-based talk radio host David Yarbrough told listeners that Stephens was a Mexican Jew and a genuinely treasonous Marxist, and urged them to write to President Trump demanding his deportation. In some liberal enclaves, NFL pins had almost the opposite effect. Citizens wearing the ribbon and shield out of genuine solidarity with the victims were perceived as doing so in support of Trump. At Macalester College in St. Paul, Minnesota, visiting sociology professor Chris Floor ejected a pro-Trump student who wore a pin to class, calling it a symbol of totalitarianism and oppression. He then posted to YouTube a profanity-laced tirade against the president that concluded with pouring a bag of NFL pins into a jar of his own feces and flushing it all down a toilet. In addition to the predictable cries of treason and online demands for Floor's execution, the act also attracted overwhelming criticism from mainstream media outlets and tarred the wider anti-Trump movement by association. The story gripped national news for several days until Macalester administrators caved and fired him. The red-hot outrage bumped Trump's average approval rating up over 47% by the end of February. Another display of bipartisan sentiment came on February 27th at the state funeral of former President Jimmy Carter. Amidst unprecedented security, representatives from 104 countries honored the former president at Washington National Cathedral, including 14 current and former heads of state or government. These included PM Boris Johnson of the UK, President Emmanuel Macron of France, Chancellor Angela Merkel of Germany, PM Justin Trudeau of Canada, and former Presidents Mary Robinson of Ireland and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf of Liberia. Other notable dignitaries included Nelson Mandela's widow, Graça Machel, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and Prince Charles, attending on behalf of Queen Elizabeth II. In a front pew, Bill and Hillary Clinton, Barack and Michelle Obama, and Donald and Melania Trump all mourned shoulder to shoulder, together for the first time since the funeral of George H.W. Bush. Millions around the world tuned in as the flag-draped casket was carried in by an honor guard representing each of the armed services, escorted by a ceremonial detachment of sailors from the fast attack submarine USS Jimmy Carter. The former president's children, Amy, Jack, and Jeff, gave scripture readings, followed by a recorded message from Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Next came soaring hymns, Amazing Grace by the Georgia Children's Chorus, and the Navy Hymn by the United States Navy Band. Reverend Tony Loudon, the Carter's Baptist pastor back in Plains, gave a homily on the call to service and humility in building a more just world. Then came the eulogies by Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and finally his eldest son, Jack Carter. After the service, cameras showed Trump tenderly consoling the late president's wife, Rosalind, despite her husband's often fierce criticism of the current president. That night, commentators marveled at how presidential Trump had seemed. February 2021, a CNN panel predicted would be the moment history said Trump grew into the enormity of his office. Michael Glazer had been in attendance with some of his old White House colleagues for a similar spectacle at Bush 41's funeral, and they now shared a sick feeling that this grand ritual of civic religion was serving a political end that the late president would have regretted. On daily TV, Trump's surrogates reminded voters that he had promised vengeance and achieved it, and now needed sweeping new anti-terror powers to keep the country safe. It took Bush and Obama 10 years to get bin Laden, Sean Hannity gleamed. Trump got al-Safidi in 3 days. Laura Ingraham displayed a graphic that showed Trump as a big game hunter, with al-Safidi's head mounted on the wall next to ISIS chief Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and Iran's Qasem Soleimani. At every turn, the cable news ideologues cloaked their Trumpism in the red, white, and blue mantle of national mourning. The public grief was nowhere near as protracted and all-consuming as 9/11, and the impact on the national psyche less wounding. But in some ways, the Super Bowl attack proved even more insidious. It was the culmination of a string of attacks targeting dense crowds. Paris, Nice, Berlin, Manchester, London, Barcelona, Las Vegas, Stockholm, Wellington, that shattered people's sense of safety in communal spaces. Combined with the year-long effects of the pandemic, it left citizens afraid to congregate, afraid to go out. Psychologists across the country reported an unprecedented epidemic of ankylophobia, the fear of being in crowded places. Any large gathering was a potential target, so people stayed home and retreated more and more to the safety of their screens. Meanwhile, legal challenges to Trump's detention program were mounting. On March 3rd, federal judge Amy Berman Jackson issued a temporary restraining order in the case of Hanun v. Trump, blocking further detentions under the AFIO Act nationwide, based on the likelihood that the plaintiff, a Newark imam detained on Johnston Island after urging young men in a chat room to martyr themselves, would be able to show that the Act's definitions of active support were unconstitutionally vague and in violation of the First Amendment. "Outrageous," Trump roared in a tweet that was quickly deleted. Then, a few minutes later, "This dangerous ruling by one radical far-left judge ties both our hands behind our back, endangers everyone. We will fight it. At a joint press conference with Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro the next day, Trump boasted, without giving specifics, that Pop Afio detentions had already thwarted 9 terrorist plots. Asked by ABC's Jonathan Karl whether his administration intended to comply with the court order, Trump answered, "You can't have it where one federal judge, out of thousands, can just decide what she wants the law to be on her own. You can't have her." Hates Trump, by the way. "You can't have her bring our whole country's law enforcement to a virtual standstill." Karl pressed on whether this meant he would defy court orders. "We will abide by whatever the Supreme Court says," Trump answered. Karl pressed again. "But this court order, Mr. President, will you follow it?" Trump was getting impatient. "You can't have one low-level judge who is a real radical turn hundreds of known terrorists loose, John." "So we'll look at it." Karl tried to follow up. "This order never said," but Trump cut him off. "We will look at it. Next question." On Saturday Night Live's spoof of the exchange, aired 2 nights later, Beck Bennett, playing Karl, asks, "So, Mr. President, do we or do we not have a constitutional crisis?" Host Mike Myers, playing Trump as his orange-skinned, obese, fat bastard character from Austin Powers, answers in a mischievous Scottish brogue, "Maybe?" At the same time, Trump's surrogates were out in full force, simultaneously denying that a constitutional crisis was unfolding and insisting that Trump was fully within his rights to ignore Jackson's order. On Fox News, Hannity thundered against a judicial coup d'etat that is presently underway in Washington, while Jeanine Pirro urged citizens to resist the tyranny of one radical leftist judge over our duly elected president and Congress. On talk radio, David Yarbrough promised, "Mr. President, if you have Judge Jackson arrested, we will support you. The people of this country are behind you to do whatever is necessary." While such incendiary rhetoric was limited to right-wing outlets, a Reuters Ipsos poll that week found that 57% of Americans thought that a single federal judge should not be able to block major national security laws. Over the next 2 weeks, no one seemed to know whether this counted as a constitutional crisis. There were no Pap Afio detentions reported, but civil liberties watchdogs reported that some Homeland Security officials were conducting low-level defiance of judges' orders, obstructing attorneys' timely communication with detainees, and exploiting debatable loopholes in Judge Jackson's wording to delay compliance. The White House publicly insisted that it was grudgingly complying with the substance of her order, but always with the implication that this wasn't a constitutional duty, but rather some extraordinary beneficence from the president that could be reversed at any time. Investors, shaken by the growing uncertainty, drove the Dow into a sweeping 5-day rout that wiped another 4.7% off the index before a small rally. Finally, on March 16th, a 3-judge panel from the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals reversed Jackson's order. After having previously denied the Justice Department's request for an emergency stay, citing procedural errors by the DOJ, the court now decided by a 2-1 majority to grant a temporary stay, allowing the administration to enforce Afio, while the panel considered the government's motion for a permanent stay. As soon as the stay was announced, raids resumed across the country to detain radicalized Muslims considered high-risk terror threats. In total, the first 139 Pap Afio detainees were all Sunnis of Arab or African ancestry. But when the news reported on detainee 140, he looked to most Americans like the kid next door. Just after 4 a.m. on March 18th, FBI SWAT officers stormed the Seattle area home of Thomas and Gloria Eisenmenger and their 22-year-old son, Sean. Sean Eisenmenger, who suffers from schizophrenia and is unable to work or attend college, had converted to Islam in high school and taken the name Ibrahim. As masked assaulters burst into his childhood bedroom, he threw a lamp at them, only to be tased and taken away into the darkness with no formal arrest. At a closed hearing before federal judge Sibley P. Allen, investigators presented evidence that Sean had been posting online under the jihad-inflected pseudonym Abu Mujahid al-Amriki and had written blog entries supporting ISIS and glorifying the Super Bowl attacker. By lunchtime, he was sent to Altfield and put on a flight to Hawaii for helicopter transfer to Johnston Island. Sean's father, Thomas, a commercial litigation partner at Perkins Coie, had been 2 years ahead of Michael Glazer at Dartmouth, and they'd corresponded occasionally over the years. After spending 2 days and nights trying to contact his son or learn about the circumstances of his detention, he called Glazer in the desperate hope that the investigative muscle of the Washington Post could somehow shine a national spotlight on Sean's case and force his release. Thomas insisted that any of Sean's postings had been harmless fantasy, that he was mentally ill, not radicalized. He couldn't even make himself Hot Pockets for lunch, much less a pressure cooker bomb. Glazer listened sympathetically and began work on a story, but the Post spiked the piece once a DHS source leaked excerpts of Sean's writings. In exceptionally graphic terms, he longed for violence against Christian crusaders, awaiting the day when faithful Muslims rise up to annihilate the United States and make glittering flags from the flayed skins of American children. He included suggestions for how to maximize casualties at schools and churches before police could intervene. "This kid is toxic," Glazer's editor, Doug Danzig, wrote to him in an email. "Ta-Nehisi, Sean King, Maddow already told people he was an innocent lamb. Now this stuff comes out and they got burned." While the ongoing detention drama grabbed headlines, financial markets were roiled by early indications that inflation was already spiraling upward due to expectations of FRAF stimulus jolting the economy over the summer. At 2 p.m. on March 17th, the Fed had announced a sharp interest rate hike up to 1.25%, jarring investors who'd expected a softer increase and shearing 990 points off the Dow by the close of trading. "Fake news is destroying trillions of dollars of your money," Trump pouted that evening on Twitter. "Very unfair." Stocks spent the next week in violent seesaws as traders tried to figure out how consumers would react. And there were still more stories of questionable detentions coming to light. Like the case of Hossein Salmanzadeh, an Iranian-born American activist who tweeted to ISIS-linked accounts a series of maps showing Trump Organization properties, adding, "Please consider hitting these attractive targets instead of Seahawks fans. Thanks." Yet Salmanzadeh himself was an avowed atheist with no known sympathy for jihadist groups. Since the court hearing that authorized his imprisonment was closed and its records secret, the public had no way of knowing whether the government's case rested solely on the tweets or whether there was evidence of a substantive link between Salmanzadeh and a bona fide violent extremist group. On March 23rd, the Post published a 2,000-word piece by Glazer and his colleague Ellen Nakashima, headlined "Questions Mount Over Afio Detentions Authorized in Secret Court Sessions." The same day, the D.C. Circuit granted the government a permanent stay of the preliminary injunction Judge Jackson had issued to replace the original restraining order. After hearing arguments from Justice Department lawyers, Judge Gregory Katsas wrote for the 2-1 majority that the government has shown that social media technologies can enable online advocacy of violence under certain circumstances to constitute active support for and participation in the activities of a violent extremist organization. Judge Justin Walker concurred that advocacy of violence is not merely theoretical support for an idea when it is intended to incite terrorist acts and is directed online at specific persons with the means to carry out such acts. Writing in dissent, Judge Cornelia Pillard objected that prohibiting certain speech directed at radicalized individuals places undue burden on citizens to assess the ideology of their interlocutors online and is likely to create a chilling effect that inhibits constitutionally protected speech. It was a major victory for the administration, but the fight would continue. Murad Hanoun's lawyers promptly petitioned for a rehearing en banc before all 11 judges on the circuit, hoping that the court's 7-4 preponderance of Democratic versus Republican appointees would reverse the stay. Meanwhile, at the White House, the president was pressing the intelligence community ever harder to find evidence of links between domestic dissident groups and foreign provocateurs. He was convinced, due to reports from fringe right-wing sites like the Gateway Pundit and Punchback, that there was an active conspiracy afoot between jihadist organizations, the Muslim Brotherhood, liberal billionaire George Soros, and groups like Antifa and Black Lives Matter. The CIA and FBI had stolidly refused to make assessments supporting that theory, as had more than a dozen other agencies that had been asked for evidence. Yet, on March 23rd, former Blackwater CEO Eric Prince visited the West Wing, where he personally briefed President Trump, Bill Barr, and Stephen Miller on a dossier collected at private expense by the Odin Group. This off-the-books intel outfit, which last month The Intercept reported received $1.4 billion in government funding to spy on America's adversaries in the Middle East and Central Asia, began operating the week after the Super Bowl attack, after previously failing to win administration support. According to two senior Odin Group analysts with knowledge of the report's contents, the dossier did not support an ISIS-BLM nexus, but did provide evidence that German Antifa leaders had met with Hezbollah members in Prague in July 2020. It is not clear whether Prince misrepresented the intelligence in the dossier, Trump sincerely misunderstood it, or the president deliberately twisted its conclusions to support his political agenda. But 15 minutes after Prince left the Oval Office study, Trump launched a tweet storm claiming, "I now have proof of evil alliance between ISIS, Antifa, BLM, and that Antifa are taking directions, dollars from Muslim terrorists." He concluded with a baleful warning that anyone who supports them is actively supporting a violent foreign extremist organization. That evening, administration surrogates went on TV to do damage control. Of course, the president is not saying that lawful citizens who support the so-called Black Lives Matter group are subject to preventive action detention, Kayleigh McEnany huffed to Jake Tapper. And frankly, to suggest otherwise is irresponsible and absurd. But at a rally the next day in Morgantown, West Virginia, Trump once again backed the bus up over his mouthpieces. And how about these unbelievably dishonest reporters who deliberately lie to support these terrorist organizations who are trying to destroy this country we all love? Let me tell you, folks, the rules have changed. After 20 seconds of delirious cheering from the audience of predominantly coal miners and pipe fitters, he continued, "If you deliberately lie to the American people on behalf of terrorists, bong, you're going to..." And here Trump drew himself up to deliver the last two words with affected movie trailer voice gravitas. "Johnston Island." In the West Wing, staffers watching the broadcast buried their faces in their hands. In Michael Glazer's Slack group, a New Yorker staff writer warned colleagues, "Go bags, passports. Have a plan for getting you and your family to Canada or Europe on 24 hours notice. I'm fucking serious. If this goes south, it'll go south fast." Others poo-pooed such talk as alarmism. "OMG, guys," said a different New Yorker writer. "Everything with this douche is hot air. Don't let him intimidate you this easily." That night, Trump's television surrogates had changed tack. "It's obvious that the president was joking, Jake," McEnany scolded a bewildered Tapper on CNN. "Obviously, the C in CNN doesn't stand for comedy." On Fox News, Newt Gingrich marveled to Tucker Carlson that the rabid anti-Trump, anti-American media is trying to incite a rebellion over what amounts to no more than some good-natured ribbing. Late-night comics say things 10 times worse every single night. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, interviewed on 60 Minutes that Sunday, said that the idea that Trump had made a real threat against American journalists was absolutely ridiculous. Pressed again, McCarthy stood his ground. The president made a joke, let's move on. The president, however, was not ready to move on. He had a score to settle. Since the 2020 election, Allison Kopp had been one of Trump's most pungent online critics. Through a combination of deadpan snark and searing indignation, she had earned over 150,000 followers and climbed into position as the top reply to many of Trump's tweets. The 31-year-old marketing executive had quit her job to become a full-time #resistance organizer, living off savings and Patreon donations, and after the Resolute Eagle protests became a founding member of the Sisterhood Without Banners, which aimed to be the direct action arm of the Women's March, or as Bill Maher called it, Antifa in pussy hats. In late February 2021, Kopp flew to Croatia for meetings with anti-fascist activists, and there was introduced to Iranian businessman Haidar Shiroki, who expressed interest in supporting the Sisterhood's anti-Trump actions in America. Over at least 7 subsequent Zoom conversations, Shiroki, sometimes joined by persons described as fellow anti-imperialist campaigners from Iran, gave Kopp operational guidance on countering riot police tactics, storming secured venues, and launching non-lethal assaults on VIPs. They discussed, but did not implement, plans to fund the Sisterhood with $170,000 in cryptocurrency. These communications were monitored by the NSA and CIA, who had identified Shiroki as affiliated with Iran's clandestine Quds Force. When Trump was briefed on the Kopp-Shiroki connection, just after the Morgantown rally, he directed DNI Jordan to flag her case for PAP-AFIO detention. On March 25th, as Kopp stepped off a Mexico City-Los Angeles flight at LAX, she was apprehended by FBI agents waiting at the end of the jetway. Before being handcuffed, she slipped her iPhone into her underwear and began live streaming the incident on Periscope. Viewers saw just a dark screen, but heard chilling audio, as Kopp surreptitiously narrated to her audience in the form of questions to the agents. "I'm Allison Kopp. Why are you arresting me here at LAX? Why aren't you reading me my Miranda rights? Why are you walking me to an unmarked SUV?" The agents offer few answers, and by the time Kopp is in the vehicle, her questions become increasingly frantic. "Where are you taking me? Tell me, where are you taking me? Please, where are you taking me?" By the end of the 32-minute clip, over 226,000 viewers heard Kopp, convinced that she was about to be murdered, sobbing and repeating, "I wish I could tell my family and friends how much I love them. I wish I could tell them to keep fighting." Her battery went dead before the court hearing, or flights to Johnston Island, and left-wing Twitter erupted with speculation that she had indeed been killed. Sisterhood Without Banners leadership put out an urgent action message. Take to the streets immediately. Sister Allison Kopp has been disappeared by our government. Demand her release now. The message spread to other sympathetic movements, including Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and Voices Rising. And by evening, riots were unfolding in Los Angeles, New York, and Washington, D.C. At LAX, over 9,000 mostly nonviolent demonstrators blocked roadways into and out of the airport. But unlike the peaceful protests over the January 2017 travel ban, a significant minority of masked Black Bloc activists poured into the terminal, where they rushed the ticket counters, pulled fire alarms, and streamed out emergency exits onto the tarmac, forcing all flights to be grounded and arrivals diverted to Burbank, John Wayne, and Ontario. In Manhattan, a crowd of around 7,000 picketed outside the FBI's field office on Foley Square, where clashes with the NYPD quickly escalated to smashed windows and torched cars. In Washington, about 5,000 people gathered on the Mall and marched toward the White House before being intercepted by police, which was followed by tear gas and protracted street fighting. Homeland Security drones hovered over the scene, compiling a list of demonstrators using facial recognition technology developed by Clearview AI, a startup backed by several prominent alt-right figures. Watching the violence on television in the White House residence, Trump raged at aides about the ineffectiveness of law enforcement, insisting that the chaos was only happening because use of force rules were too restrictive. After Tucker Carlson highlighted the story of a mother who missed her son's funeral while on lockdown at LAX, Trump personally called LAPD Chief Horace Frank to deliver a vulgar and abusive rant about his department's weakness. As the riots dragged into a second day, amidst round-the-clock cable coverage and a dozen Trump tweets heaping blame on treasonous fake news reporters for inciting the unrest, members of the media experienced sharp increases in harassment and intimidation from the public. Journalists on their way into work at the Washington Post were greeted by a small crowd of out-of-towners chanting treason, treason, and fake news. Michael Glazer was hit by a water balloon, and one of his colleagues was spat on by a young man who looked to still be in high school. At the New York Times, several employees were accosted on the sidewalk or hit with paintballs as they emerged from Ubers. Hundreds of media figures who'd criticized Trump received "we're watching you" threats online from accounts identifying themselves as the Lion Guard. Around the same time, law enforcement agencies across the country received evidence from anonymous sources linking at least 16 anti-Trump journalists to crimes ranging from tax evasion to child pornography. The disclosures revealed extremely intimate knowledge of the target's activities. The IRS received exhaustive investigative records about the financial crimes, gathered in greater detail than all but the most intensive government audits. Tips to police about several male reporters referenced specific nude images on their computers, along with documentation showing that they depicted slightly underage models. The arrest sent a chill through Glazer's Slack group, one of whose members had his apartment raided and hard drives seized, and had to pay huge legal bills to beat charges over a few jailbait photos. During this period, but unknown to Glazer, another award-winning journalist was sent copies of his medical records and successfully blackmailed into dropping a significant national security investigation in order to prevent disclosure that he is HIV positive. On March 27th, Glazer and 5 other core members of the Slack group met in secret at the Brooklyn apartment of BuzzFeed reporter Jonathan Steinberg. The purpose of the conclave was to develop better protocols for digital privacy and personal security in the face of these unprecedented attacks on the press. Although acknowledging that the evidence was still circumstantial, they agreed to work under the assumption that each was being personally targeted by high-level elements within the NSA. As such, they decided on an exotic regimen of virtual private networks, file encryption, and anti-malware programs. Although they remained uncertain of NSA capabilities to decrypt traffic over the Tor anonymity network, they resolved to discontinue its use because even if government supercomputers couldn't crack Tor data, the very act of using the software lit people up like Christmas trees amidst the flood of global web traffic, exposing them to other forms of scrutiny. The group also settled on rigid procedures to prevent human errors from compromising sound technical precautions. If used correctly, their privacy tools were capable of defeating even multi-billion-dollar surveillance systems, but spy agencies could usually rely on targets' laziness and ineptitude to enable successful attacks. Those at the meeting also agreed to share story notes and sources, even where ordinary professional boundaries would forbid this. The purpose was twofold: to help them see patterns and connections in the administration's behavior that might not be apparent from any single reporter's perspective, and to prevent the arrest or hacking of any one of them from suppressing a valuable story. Present for some of these discussions was Steinberg's BuzzFeed colleague, Noah Feldstein, whose flight home to LA had been canceled due to the riots. His normal beat was media and technology, and unlike the others, he had not published any investigative pieces about Trump. So Steinberg had included him as the eighth member of their circle, both for his tech savvy and his ability to serve as a go-between for the others, in cases where direct communication might be monitored. Feldstein had been introduced to Glazer that evening by Steinberg's wife, who had been Feldstein's classmate at Columbia. He'd been immediately impressed by the Washington Post reporter's warmth and intellect, and during the late-night drinks and conversation that followed the formal meeting, Feldstein was deeply moved to hear Glazer lament how Trump had turned against him so many of the soldiers he'd reported on overseas. NCOs who'd confided in him like a brother now wouldn't return his messages. And since the Pap Affio piece, several had sent nasty texts accusing him of betraying his country and siding with the terrorists. Feldstein could see how personally Glazer took the loss of those relationships, and it hurt to see. In the early hours of March 28th, riot police finally amassed overwhelming numbers and regained full control of the tarmac and terminals at LAX. Despite repeated calls from Washington urging the use of lethal force, Chief Frank and the DHS officials on scene decided that could only make a bad situation far worse. The 100 or so demonstrators still resisting after 60 hours were well prepared to defeat normal riot control tactics. They had used masks and goggles to endure frequent bombardment with tear gas, wore padded clothing to lessen the impact of water cannons and rubber bullets, and had hearing protection to deaden the ear-splitting 149 decibel blasts from LRAD sonic weapons. Many had commandeered motor vehicles, and some were threatening to wreck aircraft and blow up jet fuel trucks if officers killed any of them. Since there were no hostages or imminent threats to life, SWAT commanders judged an armed assault too risky. Instead, Humvees trundled down the runways, firing beams of directed 95 gigahertz energy from satellite dish-looking weapons called the ADS, Active Denial System. The waves penetrate clothing and heat the very top layer of the skin by the same principle as a microwave cooking meat, causing intense pain, but, at least ostensibly, no permanent injury. As the ADS flushed Antifa and Sisterhood members out of hiding, more than 2,000 officers with batons and riot shields swooped in and arrested them. In New York and Washington, the NYPD and Metropolitan Police Department had succeeded in breaking up the biggest masses of demonstrators, but the angry crowds dispersed and hotspots of violence spread throughout surrounding neighborhoods. Large areas of both cities had to be cordoned off, and even with huge police mobilizations, it was difficult and time-consuming to gradually isolate, surround, and subdue the remaining pockets of resistance. Still, despite extensive property damage, there had been no fatalities from any of the three riots. By 9:30 a.m. on the 29th, calm had been all but restored in the nation's capital when a group of demonstrators suddenly coalesced again and linked arms across 12th Street, blocking the entrance to ICE headquarters. There were about 200 of them. Most wore face masks and protective gear, but they were not engaging in any violence. Instead, they stood in place, chanting, "Free Allison Kopp! Free Allison Kopp!" Although police units were on the scene almost immediately, after 20 minutes there were still not enough personnel in place to surround the protesters and bring them into custody. Meanwhile, half a dozen counter-protesters, passers-by, gathered on the sidewalk nearby, alternately exchanging taunts with the crowd or chanting USA, USA, USA at them. Todd Davis had come up from near Raleigh with his wife Ashley to attend a restaurant franchisee conference and when he saw the black-clad resistors, retrieved a beach towel-size American flag from his truck and held it up toward them defiantly. The two groups were about 25 feet apart. Suddenly, three figures from within the crowd rushed at the counter-protesters with metal clubs and started swinging at them wildly. One of the assailants tore the flag from Todd Davis's grasp and shoved him backwards onto the concrete. Crouching over Davis, he rained blows down onto his face, chest, and neck, breaking his nose and shattering his front teeth. Seeing her husband in danger and perhaps fearing for his life, Ashley Davis pulled a concealed handgun from inside her coat and pointed it at the man beating Todd. Cell phone footage taken from within the crowd appears to show her switch off the safety and enter a shooting stance. One of the other assailants is behind Ashley and sees her seemingly about to fire. He aims a vicious blow at the base of her skull, and she crumples instantly. The more famous footage by Al Jazeera captures only the last 2 seconds of this sequence. A hooded man striking the back of a blonde woman's head, causing her to stiffen and collapse forward onto an American flag. A moment later, a flashbang grenade thrown by police goes off in the midst of the fray, and the cameraman is knocked over. The incident commander, MPD Commander Erica Stanley, had determined that there was imminent threat to life and ordered her outnumbered officers forward into the melee. The club-wielding assailants took off running, and as the charging officers slammed into the crowd with their riot shields, many of the demonstrators scattered down nearby streets. The men who started the violence were not identified. Paramedics performed CPR on Ashley Davis at the scene, but the 31-year-old mother of 2 had suffered severe brain trauma and was pronounced dead at MedStar Georgetown University Hospital. By evening, the Al Jazeera video was all over the airwaves, and social media was blanketed with photos of the American flag lying trampled at the scene, stained by a pool of Ashley's blood. Among the president's supporters, the effect of the image was electric, while those who had supported the demonstrations shrank into silence. That night, in time to be played during the primetime newscasts, Trump tweeted a short video of himself speaking from aboard Air Force One. "America is under siege," intoned the president. "This is a crisis unlike any in the history of our great country." Trump told viewers that these violent and murderous so-called protesters hate you, your family, your children, and everything you love. He concluded, "I promise you that I will do whatever it takes to protect you and protect America from the people who are trying to destroy it. Tomorrow, I will be announcing major new action to bring a total stop to these threats to our country and our way of life." Michael Glazer and the other attendees of the Brooklyn meeting already had left the Slack group for security reasons, but a Politico reporter told those who remained, "This is it. This is our Reichstag fire. There's going to be no stopping this." Morning brought a presidential speech in the East Room of the White House. Flanked by cabinet members and senior Homeland Security officials, Trump announced that, in consultation with Attorney General Barr and DNI Jordan, he had directed the Department of Justice and federal law enforcement agencies to pursue maximum penalties against anyone involved in demonstrations that turn violent, regardless of whether they commit acts of violence themselves. "We have no choice," he said. "This violence must end." Such penalties could include felony charges for engaging in a riot, stiffened by more felonies for inciting a riot, or a conspiracy to riot if investigators could find that a defendant had coordinated with other demonstrators on social media. To that end, Trump said that he would direct the NSA to provide technical support to DHS and local police forces for the purpose of cracking encryption rioters might use to thwart investigators. These measures were all legally dubious and likely unconstitutional, but their intent, administration officials recall, was not to win convictions, but intimidate would-be protesters into simply staying home. That afternoon, news cameras followed President Trump as he visited Todd Davis in the hospital. The blood-stained flag was draped over a chair next to his bed and featured prominently in the photo op, which was already headlining RNC fundraising email blasts before Trump had exited the building. The administration and its surrogates made aggressive use of the flag on their own online platforms, and Sebastian Gorka, now Deputy National Security Advisor, tweeted a photo of himself reverently touching the flag, captioned, "We will not fail you, Ashley Davis. Hashtag defeat Antifa terrorism, hashtag MAGA." The next day, the Ashley Davis flag was flown over the White House, and Press Secretary Emerald Robinson told reporters that there were plans to send the flag around the country for public viewings at rallies and ceremonies honoring law enforcement. At an April 2nd panel at the Atlantic Council in D.C., Damon Wilson moderated a discussion featuring Michael Glazer and David Ignatius of the Washington Post, along with Russian dissident and journalist Masha Gessen. The conversation turned to Gessen's piece that had just gone online at The New Yorker that morning, titled American Blutfahne. Wilson asked her to explain the title. During Hitler's failed rebellion in Munich in 1923, Gessen said, one of the early Nazis was shot and killed by police, and his blood stained a swastika flag. That flag, Blutfahne translates as blood flag, became central to Nazi propaganda. Gessen emphasized that while there was no moral equivalency between the swastika banner and the Stars and Stripes, in both cases, autocrats were exploiting the primal imagery of a blood-soaked flag to sanctify their cause. Glazer countered that Trump doesn't own the American flag. Even citizens who oppose him carry it at protests. Gessen nodded. And that is why this is such a powerful tactic, she said. Trump is using this flag to co-opt patriotism itself in this country, to tell people on the most visceral level possible, the forces that killed Miss Davis are also a mortal threat to each and every one of you. Straight after the panel, Glazer took a car a block and a half back to the Washington Post to appear via satellite on AC360, where he recounted to Anderson Cooper and his viewers how the PAP AFIO program had already proven a slippery slope. From radical Muslims who'd had direct contact with ISIS, to a mentally ill young man, to an atheist who goaded ISIS on Twitter, to an activist who Zoomed with a businessman allegedly linked to Iranian intelligence. For all we know, Glazer said, they might all have genuine connection to violent extremists, but when they are detained indefinitely without public trial, American citizens cannot assess this for themselves. He added that rumors, which I must stress are unfounded, are now spreading among activists that people arrested in anti-administration demonstrations may be sent to Johnston Island. And my Homeland Security sources are telling me that senior administration officials welcome those rumors. Cooper next introduced leading never-Trumper David Frum of The Atlantic, facing off against economist and sometime Trump advisor Stephen Moore. Frum was even more strident in his criticism of the PAP AFIO slippery slope. But Moore dismissed Glazer's reporting as wild rumor-mongering. I know this administration, he said. The intent here is only to keep Americans safe. I am just baffled by this hysteria on the left that we're going to have gulags and secret police all of a sudden. After shouting down an interruption from Frum, Moore pressed on. Let's focus on the facts. No journalists have been detained under this program. 0. No peaceful protesters. For that matter, no rioters. 0. To suggest that the president has any control over the malicious rumors leftists spread about him online is just absurd. when Moore emphasized that the detainees are the worst of the worst and committed to radical Islam, Frum mentioned Alison Cobb. Alison Cobb, Moore croaked? She was literally taking money from a terrorist group, from the mullahs of Iran. I don't know how you can defend any of this, David. With that, the segment was out of time. Over the next few days, the administration crackdown caused deepening legal chaos, as activists were arrested based on social media information connecting them to the riots. According to long-standing Supreme Court precedent from Brandenburg v. Ohio, 1969, speech encouraging violence is only unlawful if intended to incite imminent lawless action. But now, arrestee-choked courts were confused as to whether, for example, tweeting #resist by all means necessary, violence is a last resort, from a mostly peaceful area of the crowd at LAX met that standard. Rank-and-file federal prosecutors were confused too. To make things easier for law enforcement, Republican legislators and a few Democratic aisle-crossers hurriedly passed the Unmasking Antifa Act of 2021, closely based on a bill first introduced in 2018 by Representative Daniel Donovan. The act provided up to 15 years in prison for anyone who injures, oppresses, threatens, or intimidates any person in any state, while in disguise, including while wearing a mask. President Trump signed it into law that Wednesday afternoon, gloating on Twitter that this was checkmate for the very un-American people who are rioting and protesting. At the same time, the White House leaked plans to soon deliver facial recognition software to police departments for the purpose of creating a public database of anyone who attended violent demonstrations without a mask on, which pro-Trump activists said would facilitate everything from prosecution to job loss and business boycotts. According to subsequent reportage in Vanity Fair, Trump also considered supporting a national mask law on public health pretexts to criminalize maskless protesters, a sort of catch-22, but backed down when Tucker Carlson told him it would alarm and confuse his COVID-skeptical base. On April 6th, following an en banc rehearing, the D.C. Circuit decided 8-3 to reverse the three-judge panel's decision and lift the stay of Judge Jackson's order, once again blocking Pap Affio detentions. Trump vowed to take the fight to the Supreme Court, and while new arrivals to Johnston Island ceased, the administration still signaled that its compliance was not mandatory and could be halted at the president's discretion. White House surrogates attacked the court's credibility, and over 240,000 people signed a Change.org petition demanding that the decision be overturned because Judge Nina Pillard is married to David Cole, the national legal director of the George Soros-funded ACLU, constituting a massive conflict of interest from which she was obligated to recuse herself, but failed to do so. So back America plunged into its is it, isn't it constitutional crisis. The same night, a SWAT team executing a search warrant for Voices Rising activist Matthew Ortega in Houston shot and killed his 17-year-old brother Jonathan by mistake. Mostly peaceful protests formed the next day in at least 13 major cities, with the largest in Houston itself attracting about 7,500 people. But organizers struggled to build momentum. Fearful rumors spread among the demonstrators, claiming that riot police had been authorized to use lethal force, or that the administration had ordered anyone who spent money on protest supplies to be flagged for Pap Affio detention. Others claimed that Trumpist militias were planning a mass shooting, or that right-wing provocateurs had infiltrated protest crowds and would be used to incite violence that could justify mass arrests on rioting charges. Marchers were warned by family and friends to go home, and within 36 hours, the Jonathan Ortega protests had died down to almost nothing. In response to the ongoing instability in America, on April 8th, 9 EU countries, including France, Germany, and the Netherlands, issued travel advisories warning their citizens to take extra precautions when visiting the United States, citing human rights abuses and civil disorder. Likewise, more than a dozen Muslim-majority countries were now urging postponement of non-essential travel to the U.S., and major corporations from Silicon Valley to Wall Street complained that foreign business partners were afraid to send their executives even for important meetings. On April 11th, the Glazers were eating breakfast at their home in Alexandria when they saw a report on television that FBI agents with guns drawn had arrested senior DoD policy advisor Sean Hughes outside a D.C. convenience store. He'd been charged with 5 counts of unauthorized communication of national defense information, carrying a maximum sentence of 50 years in prison. As they watched, Michael's phone made an unusual notification sound, and he read a message, ashen-faced. "What is it?" Julia asked. Michael just flicked his eyes in Gabby's direction, as if to say, "Not in front of her," and darted up to his home office. The message was from Noah Feldstein via Signal, and it was bad news. Relayed from New York Times investigations correspondent Mark Mazzetti. Hughes, who'd been a trusted Mattis aide, was acting as Mazzetti's key source for a major ongoing investigation into White House attempts to pressure the Pentagon into unlawful military strikes. But it wasn't a source getting burned that had Mazzetti alarmed. He and Hughes had meticulously followed the same anti-surveillance protocols as those who attended Steinberg's meeting in Brooklyn, and yet the leaker had still been exposed. Mazzetti suspected that the protocols had been somehow compromised, and that the sources of everyone else using them were at risk until something more secure could be devised. Glazer took the next Acela Express up to New York for an emergency meeting at Jonathan Steinberg's apartment. All the members of the March 27 circle were there except Feldstein, who was still in Los Angeles. They were joined by Mazzetti and one of his Times colleagues, along with a former U.S. intelligence official who had been a trusted source for several of them since the Clinton administration. Mazzetti began by describing how this case differed from other major league prosecutions over the past year. Unlike Gail Gow at the FBI and Chris Wren at the Justice Department, who were caught after their leaks were published in the press, Hughes had been caught before the Times printed a word of his disclosures. And unlike Wilson, Cook, and Shepard at the State Department, who were sending low-privacy emails to journalists in the UK and Germany, Hughes only communicated with a domestic reporter via Signal from his personal phone. As Mazzetti explained, they'd followed Mission Impossible levels of security. Hughes had sent him passwords for documents stored anonymously in a shared folder in the cloud and hidden stenographically, encoded in slight alterations to pixels in ordinary images of household objects. Thanks to Signal's robust encryption, the passwords were almost certainly unreadable in transit, even to the NSA, and they weren't stored on any of Hughes's devices. This ruled out alternate explanations for how the government had learned about the leaks. The only plausible answer was that the passwords had been accessed directly from the secure files on Mazzetti's computer. Given the formidable cybersecurity protections he used, this suggested an enormously sophisticated attack targeted at Mazzetti personally. That would be well beyond the reach of sweat-stained Trump trolls hacking from their mothers' basements, or even high-end private oppo groups. Only the NSA was suspected to have those capabilities, though it was not clear whether the action was taken on orders from the president or taken independently by one or more rogue pro-Trump agency employees emboldened by the Ryan Lake pardon. Whoever was responsible, their next move was even more chilling. At 9:44 a.m. on April 10th, the documents that Hughes had hidden in the cloud had been sent unencrypted from his work computer to Mazzetti's @nytimes.com email address. DoD servers immediately flagged the message as a potential leak, and the FBI promptly opened a criminal investigation. CCTV footage showed that Hughes was in his Pentagon office at the time the email was sent, and card access records confirmed that he was logged into his computer. Hughes fervently insisted that he had been hacked, but couldn't produce a shred of exculpatory evidence. From the government's point of view, it was an open and shut case. The bottom line, Mazzetti told the journalists in Steinberg's living room, was that he had likely been singled out by the burning gaze of the NSA. And as journalists who had been critical of the administration, there was reason to believe they all had been too. That meant that any of their sources could be compromised and prosecuted. Unless they found a way to communicate securely with leakers, their sources of sensitive information would dry up rapidly. Mazzetti had consulted a range of trusted cyber surveillance experts, trying to learn what new encryption protocols would be needed, but they all said the same thing. If the NSA wants to get into a computer, you have to assume that they'll get in. No matter how secure a message is in transit, if snoopers can access your machine itself, it doesn't matter. The only solution was hiding in plain sight, communicating in ways that wouldn't attract the NSA's attention in the first place. The former intelligence official at the meeting spoke next, commanding rapt attention. The planting of hacked documents in an email that law enforcement could legitimately surveil showed that the president's partisans were no longer bound by the rule of law, the official said. This required a radical rethinking of how reporters protected their sources. Instead of thinking in terms of what the government could legally do, they had to start acting like journalists under authoritarian regimes and guard against the most intrusive things that it was possible for the government to do. Investigative journalists, the official said, would have to fall back on tradecraft, the sorts of techniques used by spies in hostile countries to thwart counterintelligence. Although the NSA was an all-seeing eye for much of the world's digital communication, it had very little reach into the analog realm. So it was safer to send hard copies of documents through the U.S. Postal Service than even with the toughest online encryption. Parcels should be sent via trusted friends, from public mail drops using bogus return addresses. This would make them invisible to anything short of a massive Stasi-style letter-opening operation, which, the official emphasized, would be much too labor-intensive for a small number of rogue Trump sympathizers. For urgent messages, they would have to pay cash for burner phones, drug dealer style, one of the journalists joked, or have in-person meetings. And because regular phones' location data could be tracked, they couldn't even be on a reporter's person when talking with sources face-to-face. For secure word processing, they would need to buy used laptops at garage sales and physically disable their internet capabilities. As the meeting came to an end, one of the attendees reminded those present of the story of Anna Politkovskaya, the Russian journalist and human rights activist, widely believed to have been assassinated on Vladimir Putin's orders in 2006. Anna was my friend, the speaker said. I just want us all to be sure we know what we're getting into. Everyone present solemnly affirmed that they were. On his way back to Washington, Michael picked up about a dozen prepaid burner phones and instructed Julia on their use that night. If they had to talk about his work, they would do it exclusively by burner. And they devised a protocol, the Lois and Clark joke, for signaling that no one was coercing them or listening in on the call. Then he walked over to her laptop and covered the webcam with a strip of black electrical tape. Well after 11 p.m., he called Julia and Gabby down into the kitchen and calmly explained that he would be disabling their Amazon Echo system because it used hackable passive listening devices around their home. There was something profoundly unreal about it all. On one level, it felt to Julia like an elaborate game of pretend, like their own private spy fantasy. Yet Michael seemed to be taking it so seriously. She silently wondered whether the stress of the job was driving him to paranoia. The next morning, following a Fox and Friends segment on the Sean Hughes story, Trump turned his ire on Mark Mazzetti, tweeting, "At Mark Mazzetti, NYT, known pervert, stole American secrets, was planning to reveal to our enemies, but we stopped him cold. Espionage." Hours later, at a rally in Jacksonville, The president went off prompter with an offer that elicited audible gasps back in the West Wing. Donald Trump is offering, from my personal money, a reward, $100,000 to anyone, including members of the dishonest media, who reports either a so-called leaker trying to give away classified information or a reporter who is helping them, if that lets us put them away. The crowd bellowed vigorously. We'll call it rewards for justice, Trump added, seemingly unaware of the 37-year-old State Department program of the same name. How's that, folks? That's a great name, isn't it? Trump's comments were swiftly denounced by his opponents, but they played well in the heartland. A Monmouth University poll found that 91% of Republicans supported the bounties, seemingly because, as one participant in a Frank Luntz focus group put it on CBS this morning, he's putting his money where his mouth is. Indeed, between anxiety over the recent riots and the promise of $5,500 FRAF checks going out in July, Trump's approval rating, as of that day's Real Clear Politics polling average, stood at a handsome 45%, the highest since the aftermath of Resolute Eagle. On April 18th, conservative anti-Trump commentator Morty Ball was assaulted at a public event in Fresno by a man who was found to have been a Trump delegate for California at the 2016 Republican National Convention. Viral footage showed the sucker punch and Ball on the ground with a bloody lip, but was pushed immediately out of the news by the release of the hotly anticipated first teaser for the Disney Plus Obi-Wan series, which dropped that same afternoon. Trump is all we think of anymore, Michael Glazer reminded Julia that night. But for 95% of Americans, life goes on. Yet the outrage-numbed population was gradually rousing to anger. 1 week later, while accepting an Oscar for her voter suppression documentary, All In, The Fight for Democracy, filmmaker Liz Garbus called on Americans to resist the president's efforts to intimidate activists into silence. Recounting a graphically sexual threat made against her by an influential Trump supporter, she defiantly concluded, "I am not afraid." Video of Garbus extending her left arm overhead, with two fingers raised in a Churchillian V as she delivered those last four words with devastating emphasis, became Twitter's all-time most shared video before the broadcast was over. Trump, watching from a couch in the executive residence, tweeted his comeback. "Maybe you should be afraid, horseface, but won't happen. This dog thinks someone would do that to her. Delusional." The post was deleted 44 minutes later, after his daughter Ivanka raced to the White House and desperately badgered her father into taking it down. But the fragile illusion of presidential Trump was shattered. Emerald Robinson got up in front of the media the next morning and explained that the tweet had been posted in error by an intern who had already been fired and whom she refused to name. This lie, unbelievably shabby even by Trump administration standards, did little to diffuse the public furor. On HBO's Last Week Tonight, John Oliver riffed that the President of the United States of America would advocate sexual violence against a member of the media who happens to also be an Oscar, Emmy, and Peabody-winning documentarian is distressing. And yes, that is deeply distressing. But that's not the most distressing part of this whole Saffir-Simpson scale Category 5 shitstorm. The most distressing part is when you realize that this rectum clown is so stupid he can't even decide whether Garbus is a horse or a dog. Within a week, Oliver's florid and profane takedown of the president had amassed over 25 million views. Michael Glazer emailed the link to his sister Laura, calling it some much-needed comic relief. To read the stories section of Instagram, it seemed that liberals had taken the Garbus threat as a virtual call to revolution. But with Bill Barr's forces given free rein to violently suppress protests, and arrestees facing beatings, strip searches, and felony charges, only the hardiest activists made themselves heard on the streets. To House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, the Garbus threat was already a dead issue. The president has assured the American people that these disgusting and inappropriate comments were not posted by him, and I take him at his word. With political resistance feeling hopeless, just about the only issue most citizens had the energy to care about was their pocketbooks. And that's where opinion started to turn back against the president. At 8:30 a.m. on April 30th, the Fed released its advance estimate, suggesting that real GDP had dropped substantially during the first quarter of the year, cementing fears of a double-dip recession. Consumer confidence was in the toilet, and a range of other economic indicators were looking bleak. Following the disruption of the Super Bowl attack, the markets had been propped up by expectations that FRAF would stimulate a huge boom in consumption and put millions of Americans back to work. But the data showed that the deepening civil unrest and political chaos had caused worried families to cut their spending. Amidst the uncertainty, pandemic-battered firms were hesitant to hire new workers, causing job growth numbers to fall badly short of projections. Yet prices had already jumped due to inflationary expectations, so middle America was getting hammered. The Fed's announcement sparked a furious day-long sell-off in U.S. markets, which soon rippled around the world and caused even deeper Wall Street losses. With investors already on edge from the widening Deutsche Bank scandal, the bears went on a rampage. The Dow ended in the red for 11 out of the next 13 trading days. The slide aggravated when Trump, bewildered by the dire financial news and beset by advisors with starkly conflicting recommendations, tweeted, "Might have to delay FRAF. We are considering." Emerald Robinson tried mightily to walk it back, but the resulting uncertainty about the White House's intentions kept the market from stabilizing until the flagship index dipped below 18,500, having annihilated all the gains of Trump's presidency for the second time in 13 months. By mid-May, Real Clear Politics had the president's approval down to 40%. Yet despite Trump's post-attack popularity unraveling, his base was more strident than ever, and the timbre of his rhetoric had never been more menacing. Journalists covering the administration's abuses began talking more explicitly about their fear of reprisals, and some quietly shifted to other beats after family members begged them to keep their heads down. Starting in late April, several Washington Post reporters had been questioned by federal investigators as part of leak investigations, and rumors began to spread in the newsroom that there were turncoats on staff. Although Trump's promise to pay out $100,000 bounties was highly dubious, it was having a real effect. Mistrust and paranoia began to set in, and everyone heard secondhand accounts insisting that some employees had found papers on their desks rifled through. Suspicion fell on a colleague who had set up a GoFundMe to pay for his daughter's cancer treatments, but recently taken the page down while still well short of its goal and flown with her for therapy in Mexico. Another writer, just a few years out of college, came under scrutiny when he was seen by his editor's wife in Manhattan's Time Warner Center, coming out of Per Se, Thomas Keller's 3 Michelin star restaurant, where dinners often run $900 a head. Likewise, a young education reporter got dagger eyes when she came to work in a new pair of Jimmy Choo stilettos. But internal dissension wasn't journalists' only problem. Sources were already clamming up, worried that even if the reporters they were dealing with were trustworthy, their identities could be betrayed by third parties working in the same office. Glazer himself was deeply skeptical about whether there were actually informants at the Post, but he recognized the need to be able to reassure wary sources that they would be safe in communicating with him. As such, his editors gave him extraordinary permission to maintain falsified copies of story notes on his work computer in case it was searched or seized as part of an anti-leak operation. Several other members of the March 27th Circle received similar accommodations. The pall of fear grew darker on April 28th, when the president tweeted, "Media lies about Trump to incite rioting is sedition, has gotten Americans killed and must be punished." He followed that up with an image showing 18 U.S. Code 2384, which provides 20 years imprisonment for those who conspire by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States. At a Nashville rally the next evening, Trump made great show of magnanimity in explaining that while every journalist in this room could be taken away in handcuffs for sedition, his firm belief in free speech had moved him to leniency. After another day of surrogates insisting on cable news that it was all a joke, Trump, delivering remarks on the Benton, Illinois tornado, was asked by NPR's Mara Liasson whether he endorsed something Donald Jr. had retweeted that morning. The tweet, by alt-right blogger Desmond Thor, said that journalists who oppose preventive detention of jihadists were enemy combatants. Trump's surly answer? You tell me. That evening, a longtime Pentagon source messaged Glazer and Nakashima and told them simply, "I can't do this anymore. Sorry." That same night, Air Force Captain Corey Webb checked into a third-floor room at the Knights Inn Motel near Baltimore after a meeting in which he had leaked information about Resolute Eagle intelligence to New York Times reporter Scott Shane. Just after 2:45 a.m., a sex worker walking along the balcony found Webb's body slumped against the railing, shot twice in the back of the head. The cold stub of a cigarette was still stuck between his fingers. Motel guests told detectives they recalled hearing two loud cracks about half an hour earlier, but there was no CCTV footage available, and the city didn't have acoustic gunfire detectors working in that area. There was no evidence linking the murder to the leaking, but when Glazer and his compatriots found out a few days later, the coincidence was chilling. The Knights Inn wasn't in a particularly high-crime neighborhood, and Webb didn't appear to have been robbed. Still, they couldn't rule out a jealous lover, or a drug problem, or just a random thrill killing. And the Times brass, when Mark Mazzetti escalated the question to his bosses, decided that the case was too thin to go public about Captain Webb's leak. Yet when Glazer spoke to a source in Army intelligence on May 3rd, the source mentioned that people in the military were already whispering that Webb had probably been a leaker. When Glazer pushed for more information, the source spoke of dark rumors swirling in the Pentagon that leakers were being killed, and said potential whistleblowers were staying quiet for fear of their lives. The source showed him an email thread going around at DoD speculating that a string of deaths over the past 5 months had gone unrecognized as murder. Navy Lieutenant Commander Sam Little III, who fell out of a helicopter off the Florida coast on November 2nd, 2020. Navy Senior Chief Petty Officer Reuben Anderson, who died of a mysterious reaction after receiving a flu shot on November 15th. Teetotaler Army Lieutenant Matt Lorette, who died of a heroin overdose at Fort Leslie J. McNair in D.C. on February 1st. And Army Major Ron McWhirter, who threw himself off the roof of his Rosslyn, Virginia apartment building on March 4th. There was no affirmative evidence that any of them had leaked to the press, but that hadn't stopped amateur sleuths from amassing a mountain of circumstantial inferences purporting to show that the dead servicemen had all been passing reporters classified information. Glazer was unconvinced. The rumors set off a heated debate on the March 27th Circle's stenographically hidden improvised message board, with two members plunging headlong into wild speculation. "Guys," Glazer warned, "this all feels a little too Seth Rich to me," referencing how the unsolved 2016 murder of a DNC staffer spawned right-wing conspiracy theories that the Clintons had him murdered for leaking emails to WikiLeaks. Ultimately, although some Circle members made discreet inquiries, they could find no journalist who'd had contact with Little, Anderson, Lorette, or McWhirter. The case remained in the realm of fevered conjecture. Yet while Glazer doubted the Trump White House was having leakers murdered, that didn't mean he thought it was a non-story. The fact remained that such rumors played enormously to the administration's advantage and served to deter legitimate whistleblowers. In early May, Glazer met in person with one of the few Tier 1 Special Forces NCOs still willing to speak to him, looking to gauge how widespread the rumors had become. The source, then still an active-duty Navy SEAL, said he hadn't heard anything like that, and then showed Glazer a USA Today story on his burner phone. "Did you see that crazy guy Alberg got arrested? Slugged an old man." He pointed at a mugshot. A peaceful march on the National Mall protesting Pap Affio detentions had suddenly turned violent, with several marchers assaulting a counter-demonstration. Riot police attempted to kettle the crowd, but much of the group scattered and melted back into the city. Still, several dozen had been arrested, and video evidence led to 6 getting the book thrown at them. One, 39-year-old Lance Alberg, was charged with felonies for interference with protected rights while in disguise, engaging in a riot, and aggravated assault after he sucker-punched an elderly Vietnam veteran and stomped on the face of an off-duty firefighter. Glazer squinted down at the photo. The nutty right-wing guy from Anbar? The source nodded. The blonde beard in the mugshot had been shorter back in 2007, but Glazer remembered being around him on his penultimate tour in Iraq. It's hard to be conspicuously right-wing by SEAL standards, but Alberg had somehow managed it. With a mixture of virulent South will rise again racism, sermonizing about how democracy was too weak to survive, and unseemly eagerness to kill Muslims. However, another photo with the article, taken during the brawl, showed a masked man identified as Alberg, wearing an oversized Biden 2020 t-shirt over Antifa-style gear. It was almost ludicrous to imagine Lance Alberg marching in support of Islamic detainees' civil liberties. Glazer asked whether he'd taken a leftward turn after Anbar. The source said that Alberg had been dismissed from the teams in 2008 after assaulting an officer and had pretty much dropped off everyone's radar ever since. But something didn't smell right. Julia remembers Michael saying as much after showing her the article over dinner that night. The next day, he put in a bunch of calls trying to reach SEALs from Alberg's platoon and get a fix on what happened to him since the Navy. Glazer finally found someone who had stayed in touch with him for a few years after getting out. He said that Alberg had gone to work for a private security company, he couldn't remember which one, and bounced around the world, working hard and playing hard. Not only had he not turned toward left-wing politics, he'd fallen deeper into right-wing extremism. The source emailed Glazer a photo of himself and 3 other ex-SEALs with Alberg at Oktoberfest 2012 in Munich. It shows Alberg, in short sleeves, sporting several Norse runic tattoos, with a stylized black sun on one forearm, a symbol often associated with Nazi occultism. More digging only deepened Glazer's puzzlement. He'd managed to put up a $500,000 federal bail within 90 minutes and was being represented by an $800 an hour attorney from an elite Beltway law firm. That raised the real possibility that Alberg was a hired stooge for some wealthy patron. But who? There was no trace of him on social media, but a fellow March 27th Circle member managed to uncover a Cash 2011 post from an online forum for private security contracting. A user with an email address matching the one that Alberg's platoon mate had given for him encouraged another poster to join him in working for a company called HFK. The user said he was having mad fun protecting diplomats and journalists in Egypt. HFK Private Security turned out to be defunct, but Glazer managed to track one of its executives down to a new company and ask what happened to Alberg next. The executive said that Alberg, who'd developed a reputation as a hot-headed freelancer, had been caught smuggling drugs and fired in early 2013. Another HFK alum was able to confirm that by 2015, Alberg was working for Kukri Solutions, doing personal protection for political candidates in unstable African countries. At the end of that year, Kukri became insolvent and was purchased by a South Africa-registered firm called the Victoria Road Group. But it was there that the trail went cold. The company wouldn't confirm whether it had ever hired Alberg, and of the few employees Glazer's colleagues managed to track down directly, none were willing to say anything at all. The VRG website was totally opaque and didn't even identify what industry it was in. A LinkedIn search revealed a former secretary who confirmed that VRG was not a private security company, but a political consulting firm led by a shadowy figure named Simon Atlas. In the second week of May, Glazer ran the name by some sources in the intelligence community and learned that Atlas had been fingered by the CIA as supplying agent provocateur to strongmen in countries including Kenya, Egypt, Bahrain, Ukraine, and Belarus. In essence, leaders would hire VRG to plant covert operatives in opposition groups, where they would incite violence, discrediting anti-regime forces and justifying forceful crackdowns. American spies also believed that the Cape Town-born Atlas, who had been active since the early 1980s, had some history of collaboration with Paul Manafort, another third-world political sellsword, who for a time had chaired Donald Trump's 2016 campaign for president. Although there was no evidence directly linking Atlas to Manafort's activities in America, in November 2020, Atlas had founded a U.S.-based company, Victoria Road LLC, through his longtime U.S. associate and attorney, Paul Bosco. Corporate filings showed that Bosco had at the same time registered a company called Oryx Strategy Associates, which received $2.8 million from the pro-Trump American Resurgence Super PAC, which had also been founded in November 2020. According to FEC disclosures, the vast majority of American Resurgence's funding came from right-wing billionaire Jessica Draper, and its executive director was former Steve Bannon acolyte Brian Crudo, who had told Breitbart that the organization would be using new media and citizen journalism to support populist nationalist candidates. But the numbers didn't lend themselves to an ordinary explanation. RPAC only had a $3.5 million total budget for the period in question. So why was it giving 80% of its money to a brand new shell company with no discernible activities in new media or citizen journalism? It was a compelling question, but Glazer still had no concrete evidence that Alberg was an agent provocateur, and no proof that he was ever employed by VRG. If Glazer's suspicions were correct, Alberg had likely instigated violence at other incidents over the preceding half year. There were literally thousands of hours of footage and hundreds of thousands of photos documenting those incidents, but combing through all that was a Herculean task. So, at the suggestion of another March 27th Circle reporter, Glazer turned to an unlikely source for help. Posting anonymously to 4chan, he shared the 3 photos he had of Alberg, asking, "Reports saying this guy might be a paid protester. Can we get any face shots of him at other protests, riots since 2020? Within several hours, 4chan, a combination of ingenious hive mind and bilge for the internet's ugliest impulses, had scoured available recordings and identified about 75 images that users claimed might be Alberg. Glazer and a colleague spent the next morning poring over them, blowing up details on their monitors, and peering into blurry pixels, trying to see if any of the passing resemblances might actually be their man. None of them were. The noses were wrong, the heights were off, or the builds were too schlubby. But one of the images included no face. A video still, shot from a phone camera. It shows a black-clad man wearing a motorcycle helmet with a Voices Rising decal, lighting an American flag on fire as other protesters nearby look on. He's holding his right hand at an awkward angle to avoid the flames, and his sleeve has slipped partway down to reveal a tattooed forearm. The user labeled and highlighted 3 similarities to the tattoos in the Oktoberfest image. What they believed was an Iwaz rune, a Tiwaz rune, or possibly just an arrow, and what looked like the bottom half of a black sun. But the image was too grainy to be certain. Glazer followed up to ask where the video came from, and got a link to a 48-second YouTube clip shot at the Jonathan Ortega protests in Houston. The tattoos were visible for just 8 frames, but the difference in angles as the arm twists during that brief moment allowed better image analysis. Glazer's editors sent the footage to a pair of industry-leading experts, and March 27th Circle members passed it on to several other qualified specialists. In all, 5 out of 7 forensic video analysts concluded with high confidence that the tattoos of the man in Houston matched those of Lance Ahlberg, with the other 2 sharing the same conclusion with moderate confidence. That left little doubt that Ahlberg was traveling around the country trying to provoke trouble. But to go public, Glazer still needed a firm link to Simon Atlas and the Victoria Road Group. The trouble was, he was a virtual ghost. By the latter part of May, half a dozen reporters were devoting significant time to the story, mostly on a volunteer basis, but they could find no records or witnesses who could confirm his employment. One journalist, contacting Ahlberg's parents in Tennessee under false pretenses, was abruptly hung up on. A distant cousin said that last he'd heard, Ahlberg had been working in Algeria. But then, a breakthrough. A belated court records upload in North Carolina showed that several months earlier, Ahlberg had been sued in Onslow County Small Claims Court by a woman who turned out to have been his landlady. Glazer spoke with her on the phone, and his scanned handwritten notes record increasing excitement. After she explained the circumstances of the property damage judgment, she recounted Ahlberg moving into her rental property in November 2020. Glazer triple underlined the month and year, explaining that he was a retired Navy SEAL who had been living overseas for more than a decade. Glazer enclosed the time frame in a thick box, and that he expected to be traveling a lot for work. Glazer emphasized this with 4 exclamation points. He asked whether Ahlberg had given the name of his employer. The woman said she didn't remember it, but that he'd written it on the Tennessee application form. He had her fax it over right away. Half an hour later, the machine spat out a still warm message, and there it was, scrawled out in ungainly block capitals, Victoria Road, LLC. That all but sealed it, at least as far as Glazer's own suspicions were concerned. Yet the Post's leadership wanted such an explosive story to be buttressed with first-hand testimony on VRG's modus operandi. They wanted a defector. So, Glazer went back to the well with his intelligence community sources, pressing for any other nuggets that might turn up someone with inside knowledge of how Simon Atlas did business. One contact was aware that in 2015, Atlas had set up a London-based subsidiary called Incursus Strategy Limited, seemingly aimed at the European political consultancy market. But the startup seemed to have never gotten off the ground. Seizing on this, Glazer found records showing that in early 2017, Incursus had sued its former managing director, Clive Dowell, for £1.2 million, claiming fraudulent misuse of company resources. The falling out made him a good prospect to give up his old boss's secrets. 2 days later, Glazer hopped on a plane to Heathrow to meet Dowell in person. An ex-Royal Marine, Dowell had been an operative for Atlas for 9 years, participating in and later organizing provocateur actions for VRG in half a dozen countries, including Kenya, Sri Lanka, and Equatorial Guinea. At their meeting in the Westbury Mayfair Hotel, Dow came across as truthful and forthright, but Glazer had to carefully assess how the fraud suit might impact his credibility. In Dow's telling, Incursus had tried shopping its services around to populist right-wing candidates across the continent, but found relatively little appetite for the direct action tactics that Atlas specialized in. Dow felt they should pivot to other kinds of services, such as crafted media stunts, promotion of viral political videos, and helping populist groups network with each other. But Atlas was never comfortable in the EU political landscape and wouldn't adapt. Atlas blamed him for the company's woes, ultimately firing him, and, when Dow refused his extravagant demands for reimbursement, sued out of spite. They ultimately settled on a small payment, but the legal fees had been ruinous. So Dow was more than willing to speak to Glazer off the record, but warned that he couldn't be quoted on anything. Glazer took careful notes as Dow walked him through VRG's business model, explaining the artful innuendo that allowed clients to request their services while retaining a pretense of ignorance. Positioning brawlers in peaceful crowds was strategic action to discredit anti-government factions. Provoking demonstrator attacks against police was exposing violent elements within opposition groups. Spreading rumors about impending violence against demonstrators was counter-messaging against elements causing civil disorder. Dowell detailed how operatives were recruited and screened, the training they received on how to avoid arrest, and the influence Simon wielded to get his guys out of the scrapes they inevitably sometimes got into. He paid well. Some at VRG would make over $270,000 for 9 months of work, and got silent loyalty in return. In his notes, Glazer marveled at the ambivalence with which Dowell talked about his own actions. Sometimes he took on an almost confessional tone, seemingly well aware that the operations he was clinically describing involved violence against innocent human beings. But when the conversation turned more philosophical, Dowell expressed no remorse. Most of the opposition factions he targeted were just as bloodthirsty as the governments they were trying to depose, he reasoned, and propping up authoritarian strongmen helped prevent the chaos and sectarian slaughter that so often attended their falls. Iraq, Libya, Syria, Dowell said. More than 1 million dead. That's the real evil. After getting more information about Lance Alberg's work for the company, and further background on the relationship between Atlas and Paul Bosco, Glazer pressed Dowell for links to others who might be willing to speak with him. But Dowell didn't think there were any. Even the few former VRG operatives who had become disaffected for one reason or another knew better than to betray Simon's trust to a reporter. So Glazer made his pitch, arguing that Dowell was the only man alive in a position to stand up to him on the record, and that this could be the ultimate revenge against the one who had cost him so dearly. But Dowell said this was impossible for 3 reasons. First, he believed he would face serious reprisals for doing so. Second, many of the operations he recounted entailed criminal acts whose statutes of limitations had not run out. Finally, publicly attributing those comments to him would palpably harm Dowell's new risk management consultancy. After an hour of wrangling, Glazer managed to cajole Dowell into at least being quoted as an anonymous source. Glazer landed back in America to a package at home that had been forwarded from one of his close colleagues. That reporter had been developing a West Wing source who'd grown disillusioned with the administration, and on learning of the VRG story, sent the source a wish list of types of information that might be helpful. A week later, the source had sent him a handwritten copy of an email from Stephen Miller's assistant, referring to a meeting with Paul Bosco over Thanksgiving weekend in 2020. That was a tremendous coup, since it placed Trump's deputy chief of staff directly in conversation with Simon Atlas's business partner. But without a means to confirm the email's authenticity, Glazer needed some way to verify that the meeting had occurred. It appeared that Miller had been at Mar-a-Lago on the date implied in the email, so Glazer and a couple of March 27th Circle members searched through all the Instagram photos tagged there that day, armed with a headshot of Bosco for comparison. If they could catch him lurking in the background of someone's selfie, that would place him definitively on site for the meeting. Alas, no such luck. But then, another March 27ther called Glazer on his burner phone to report a masterstroke. The leaked email implied that the meeting was early in the morning, and Bosco lived in suburban Maryland, so he'd almost certainly come down the day before and spent the night. So, the reporter had drawn up a list of every hotel within a half-hour's drive from Mar-a-Lago and began calling them, posing as Bosco. He had stayed there the previous November, he said, but needed to know whether his check-in date was the 27th or 28th. After a few dead ends, a helpful desk clerk at the Tideline Ocean Resort and Spa confirmed that he checked in on the 28th. Cooking up a sad story about a tax audit, the reporter asked if she could possibly dig up the receipt and send him a copy at his work email, the newly registered pbosco@boscopartners.com. She'd happily obliged. Glazer now had a case powerful enough for publication. He had confirmation that one of Trump's closest allies had funneled $2.8 million to the partner of one of the world's shadiest political operatives, known to specialize in violent provocations at opposition demonstrations. He knew that one of that man's employees, Lance Alberg, had committed unprovoked criminal assault at one demonstration in Washington and had committed a highly provocative act at least one other in Houston. And now he could show strong evidence that the Victoria Road Group's U.S. representative had indeed been almost walking distance from Mar-a-Lago on the day a leaked email said the principal deputy White House chief of staff had met with him. And all this fit into the larger context of unsubstantiated claims by anti-Trump groups that provocateurs were being planted at protests, all the way back to the George Floyd riots, and several notable incidents, including the murder of Ashley Davis, at which violence seemed to have been incited by small groups of unidentified individuals. The story now escalated to the highest levels of decision-making at the Post. Executive editor Marty Barron began looping in all the people who would need to sign off on the piece before they could go to press. Barron had earned a reputation for fearlessly taking on powerful interests when, as editor of the Boston Globe, he led the paper in exposing massive clerical sex abuse within the Catholic Church. Now, he knew better than anyone in the building that a story like this had to be rock solid. After going through hard copies of Glazer's notes, Barron summoned a senior editors meeting to try to poke holes in the story. For more than 5 hours, Barron, investigations editor Jeff Lean, deputy investigations editor Eric Rich, and managing editors Cameron Barr and Tracy Grant battered Glazer with questions and what-ifs. He managed to answer everything as satisfactorily as possible, and they were all impressed with the thoroughness and depth of his research. Still, Barron and Lean were concerned about Dow's credibility and asked Glazer to try again to confirm his story with other ex-VRG employees. Meanwhile, Barron would be bringing more eyes onto the piece, both for fact-checking and to ensure that it would hold up to fierce legal scrutiny. He placed Eric Rich in charge of internal security, keeping the project on a need-to-know basis and ensuring that nothing that might identify Glazer's sources was put on computers connected to the internet. The next morning, Glazer got back in touch with Dow, pushing hard to get names of Simon Atlas's other castoffs. At last, Dow relented, and over the next few days, he worked those contacts, confirming key information about VRG and trying to persuade them to speak on the record. None were willing, but in the end, he managed to get not for attribution quotes from 2 of them. He brought these back to Barron and Lean, who pronounced themselves satisfied with the piece on June 2nd. When solicited for comment, all the relevant players, Alberg, Bosco, Atlas, Draper, Crudo, Miller, had refused to offer statements. But soon, legal threat letters began pouring in, bearing the signatures of $1,500 an hour named partners at super elite firms. Jessica Draper retained former White House press secretary Ari Fleischer to mitigate the fallout. And over the next 24 hours, several other crisis communications firms began lobbying Washington Post publisher and CEO Fred Ryan to kill the story. Trump lawyer Jay Sekulow sent an ominous warning the publication would result in the Post's annihilation and the personal, civil, and/or criminal prosecution of every reporter and editor who'd had anything to do with the piece. That Friday night, Kayleigh McEnany called Marty Baron at home, vowing that if he went ahead with the article, the White House would pull the paper's press credentials and shut down all access to its journalists. According to several people familiar with the conversation, Baron minced no words in telling her where she could shove it. If McEnany locked WAPO out, he said, fellow news organizations would boycott in solidarity, and she'd find an empty press pool on Monday morning. She backed down. On Saturday, June 5th, Barron summoned senior staff for a final strategy meeting. Glazer, who'd been huddling with Post security after receiving a death threat on his home phone that morning, was 15 minutes late. There was a last discussion about bylines. Because several colleagues had made key contributions to the research, Glazer generously offered to share full authorship for the piece. But none of them wanted it. Partly, this was out of respect for Glazer's indispensable role in uncovering the story. Yet fear also played a role. They all understood perfectly well what kind of heat this would bring down on whoever became known for authoring the article. In the end, three, Scott Hyam, Anna Lestak, and Kathy Worrell, accepted additional reporting credits, leaving Glazer with the sole byline. Legal ran him through the warnings in no uncertain terms. He would likely face one or more multi-million-dollar lawsuits, and he could expect to have his home raided and files seized by federal investigators. There was a good chance he would have to decide between divulging his sources or spending time in jail. Glazer was advised to get his call screened and report all threats of violence promptly to both the company and the police. Whatever happened, Fred Ryan said, the paper stood behind him fully. Anything the Post could do to defend him, it would. A guarantee that Ryan said came down from the owner Jeff Bezos himself. On Sunday, there was a brief emergency, as lawyers raised new concerns about some of the language in the already laid out 5,500-word article. But the crisis was averted with a few slight edits, and Marty Baron gave his final sign-off just after noon. He'd briefly considered delaying the piece by a week to allow additional reportage on the points in question, but decided that would signal to the administration that its intimidation was working and provoke even more. If the story had been about any previous presidency, Barron would have wanted to hold back in hopes of achieving a more comprehensive expose. Yet in the current climate, with reporters being harassed by law enforcement and potential sources in immense fear of reprisal, it was better to publish the facts they had, hoping that the story or the administration's reaction to it would shake loose more information to allow even deeper investigation. With the article put to bed, headlined, "Documents Link White House to Firm Paid to Incite Violence at Protests," Barron and Eric Rich oversaw destruction of materials that could be used to identify the leakers. 2 encrypted digital copies of Barron's data were hidden in safe locations, but the full trove and most sensitive information remained only in Glazer's physical possession. He put everything on a disguised thumb drive and gave it to Julia, who was flying out to LA that night on business. Then he wiped everything from his own secure laptop, disassembled the hard drive, clipped the data-bearing platters into slivers with metal shears, and dropped it all into a restaurant dumpster somewhere in Alexandria. He took Gabby out for pizza, then stayed up to call Julia when she landed in California before turning in for the night. When Julia raced back to D.C. the next day following Trump's tweet, she dozed on the plane and was disoriented when the landing at Reagan jolted her awake. She struggled for a moment to recall whether the president's threat had been real or part of a dream. But reality came thudding back when she slipped her phone off airplane mode, and the poor little device entered a paroxysm of chimes, dings, gongs, and buzzes. The woman next to her gave her a knowing look. "Your kids don't know where to find things in the kitchen?" They unfastened their seatbelts. "No," Julia said crisply, relishing the shock of what she was about to say. "The president just encouraged 60 million people to kill my husband." In the Uber home, Julia started wading through her messages. She was relieved to see that Twitter had deleted the original tweet, but it was only modest comfort. The threat was already out there. Then, a video in her newsfeed stopped her cold. Trump, returning from a private New York fundraiser earlier in the day, disembarks from Marine One on the South Lawn and heads towards the residence. Reporters barrage him with shouted questions, including whether that morning's tweet was a call for Michael Glazer to be murdered. "I am not calling for his murder, no," Trump says. "I'm just saying that maybe America would be better off without him. Thank you." He turns, ignoring the sharp squall of follow-ups, and continues on his way. Another torrent of notifications rattled Julia's phone as friends and loved ones watched Trump double down nearly in real time. When she came in the front door, Michael and Gabby wrapped her in a wordless group hug as Michael conducted a conference call with his lawyer and Post editors. A little while later, their good friend, Tom Charon, came over with Ethiopian carryouts. It helped to have someone else in the house. Gabby was distraught, but holding up well. She and Julia curled up together on their love seat and took comfort reading encouraging messages from near and far. Michael was pinned down on the phone late into the night, talking with journalists and politicians, but he had been advised to hold off on interviews until a press conference that had been scheduled for 10 a.m. the next morning at the Washington Post's offices. In between, he fielded calls of support from dozens of prominent figures, including Weekly Standard founder and leading Never Trumper Bill Kristol, former commanding general in Iraq Ray Odierno, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs Mike Mullen, and former Secretary of Defense Bob Gates. For a time, Michael was told that police protection might be arranged for him that night, but ultimately it didn't work out. Charon, a retired Green Beret, had brought a gun, though, and reassured the Glazers that he'd sleep over on their couch. Once Gabby went to her room for the night, and Michael collapsed into bed in utter exhaustion, Julia, still keyed up and unable to sleep, slipped into their soundproofed media room to watch coverage from the day on their big screen. She saw accounts of comm staffers rushing into work early as everyone on the Hill raced to be out front in either condemning the president's tweet or minimizing it. While a CNN countdown ticked off each second until the Washington Post press conference, a Politico reporter told Jake Tapper that Trump had received a frosty reception at his New York fundraiser, with big donors arriving in a sour mood after already watching hours of TV coverage. Among Trump's opponents in the media, there was blistering outrage. On MSNBC, the New York Times' Bret Stephens told Chris Hayes, "This is nothing less than a call for political violence. This is Henry II and will no one rid me of this turbulent priest all over again." On Hayes' prompting, Stephens explained the reference to viewers. A medieval English king whose intemperate remarks were interpreted by his knights as a command to murder the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Becket. This is the president winkingly encouraging one of his unhinged followers to go out there and kill a journalist he doesn't like, Stephens said. Congress has a duty, an obligation to impeach and remove him. Yet Julia couldn't help appreciating a certain sickening brilliance to the president's remarks. On every news channel, in every time slot, people were talking and arguing about Trump's tweet, with virtually no mention of violent instigators, RCAP's $2.8 million payment to VRG, or Stephen Miller's meeting with Paul Bosco. In 132 characters, Trump had sucked up all the air in the room and taken the country's focus off Glazer's story before most people could even read it. The piece had become yesterday's news by the time it hit newsstands. Indeed, as Julia pulled up the coverage on Fox, she saw the president's supporters celebrating this precise dynamic. This wasn't a threat, the white-maned parlor firebrand Bill Mitchell said on Hannity. This was brilliant media manipulation. The next morning over breakfast, Michael did press conference prep with his lawyer, while scanning through his Twitter mentions for choice death threats to quote. But they ultimately decided, in consultation with Marty Barron, that giving any more attention to the threats would be counterproductive. The Post sent a car and a bodyguard for him at 8 a.m., and he arrived in the newsroom to a swarm of colleagues offering hugs and handshakes. A mostly supportive crowd was gathering outside, and with impeachment chants ringing in the background, the networks all carried live coverage of the press conference. Adhering to a careful strategy, Glazer tried to shift the focus back to the VRG story, taking advantage of the rolling cameras to highlight the key issues and elaborate on the questions the investigation raised. He concluded his prepared remarks with a call on the president to address the substance of the article, publicly, forthrightly, and immediately. A chorus of respected voices from across the political spectrum added forceful condemnations throughout the day, even from conservatives. Senator Mitt Romney issued a statement that the president had defiled the platform of his office, and a spokesman for former President George W. Bush said that he was deeply dismayed by the comments. Trump's former White House counsel, Don McGahn, called the tweet and South Lawn remarks wildly irresponsible and dangerous, and called on his former boss to retract or resign. Dozens of celebrities and entertainers called loudly for a second impeachment. Meanwhile, the president's mouthpieces ramped up a frantic character assassination campaign against Michael Glazer. A string of Fox guests called Glazer a totally discredited guy, a wacko Trump hater, and an Obama bootlicker. Nobody in the military takes him seriously. A Breitbart op-ed implied that he had once given away the location of U.S. soldiers on air in Afghanistan, leading to a rocket attack and several American fatalities. That night, Hannity featured a debate between conservative documentarian Dinesh D'Souza and retired Navy Lieutenant Commander Evan Vrabeck, one of several enormously promising officers who had resigned their commissions rather than participate in what they considered were illegally indiscriminate airstrikes in Yemen. The president's comments targeted an American citizen for violence, Vrabeck said, and he must be held accountable. D'Souza dismissed the controversy as a total non-story and said that viewers should focus on the Muslim terrorist in Tampa who killed 300 Americans and received aid from the Democratic Party and a range of leftist groups. But Vrabeck took the bait. It was 97, Dinesh. D'Souza's jaw slackened in scandalized horror. "You're defending him," he shouted. "What difference does it make how many?" "Sean, the fact that this guy's first instinct is to defend the terrorist says everything we need to know." Then the shouting began. By the time the segment ended, Trump's tweet about Michael Glazer was long forgotten. Even when pro-Trump pundits did discuss Glazer's investigation substantively, they were already laying the groundwork for rationalizing his actions if more proof came out. On Newsmax TV, conservative columnist Kurt Schlichter insisted that the article is a bunch of high school gossip from anonymous sources. The whole story is probably fake news. But even if Trump had hired VRG through his intermediaries, Schlichter said, "Politics is hardball. This is no different from what the left has been doing for decades. Saul Alinsky, Luigi Galliani, SDS, the Weather Underground. Look it up." David Yarbrough posted a Facebook Live video asking, "What about Robert Creamer and Scott Fovel? Those were the Democratic operatives caught doing the exact same thing as VRG. If Trump is fighting fire with fire, I say that's exactly what we need." On Wednesday morning, House Speaker Tim Ryan held a press conference on Capitol Hill, flanked by senior Democratic representatives and a handful of Republicans, calling on Trump to formally apologize and issue a statement denouncing political violence. If he did not, they said, they would explore all constitutional options to deter him from making such threats in the future. Minority Leader McCarthy, whose office had cited a family commitment, was pointedly absent. Yet GOP leadership was not inactive. Under intense pressure to denounce Trump's comments, but not wishing to break publicly with the president, House and Senate power brokers spent the bulk of the afternoon politicking and arm-twisting anyone they thought might have influence over the commander-in-chief, hoping that he would take the initiative to apologize and take them off the hook for making a hard decision. At the White House, a small group including Senate President Pro Tem Chuck Grassley and Republican Whip John Thune sat down for a stormy meeting with Rudy Giuliani and Kayleigh McEnany, trying to drive their message home. At one point, the exchange became so heated that, according to two witnesses, Giuliani refused to say another word until Kevin McCarthy's comms director, Mark Ashman, was ejected from the room. Neither Grassley nor Thune wanted to die on that hill, so out Ashman went. At last, though, Trump's senior staff realized that a retraction was the only way to stave off rebellion within the president's own party. So they sat him down in the residence and began the exhausting task of coaxing, hounding, and flattering him into walking back the Glazer comments. Although Stephen Miller reportedly tried to convince Trump to stand firm, Giuliani, McEnany, and Ivanka ultimately persuaded him that there was no other way. McEnany's office called the networks as speechwriter Teddy Potts made tweaks to a draft Thune's staff had imposed on them, and at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, President Trump came on television for a short, scripted address. "I denounce violence in all its forms," he said, and expressed regret that comments he intended to be humorous unintentionally may have gone too far. Here he extemporized that he was only expressing anger at the false reporting of a biased reporter. Returning to the prepared remarks, Trump added, "I humbly apologize to the reporter and his family, and I do not support violence against any reporter." He concluded with a pledge to, at the appropriate time, set up a fund from my own money to protect journalists around the world from all forms of violence. Ad-libs aside, the speech mollified Republicans, leaving Ryan and Schumer without the votes to impose any serious consequences. Thursday's news was dominated by the crash of Lufthansa Flight 7252 on landing in Delhi, and Glazer got back to work at the Post, following up on leads that had been stirred up by the original story. With police protection still not forthcoming due to an absence of threats judged credible and specific, Jeff Bezos had personally ordered armed Amazon security to place Glazer under round-the-clock guard. On Friday, 538 showed that among polls conducted since Trump's tweet, his approval had plummeted to 35%. But he was out of immediate political danger. Saturday, June 12th, was Gabby Glazer's graduation from Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology, a highly selective magnet school in Alexandria that U.S. News and World Report had ranked America's #1 high school that year. The ceremony was scheduled for 7 p.m. to be held at Eagle Bank Arena, the 10,000-seat athletic venue that was normally home court for the George Mason University Patriots. Michael Cava, Amazon's chief of security, called Michael Glazer that morning, urging him not to go. "The threats we're seeing here are off the charts," Cava said from the company's Seattle headquarters. "Our guys can't do their jobs as effectively in an uncontrolled crowd like that." But Glazer was adamant. Gabby had won an impressive slew of honors in TJH SST's notoriously competitive academic rat race, earning a coveted place in Stanford's class of 2025. And as a dad, he wasn't about to let Trump deny him the fatherly pride of watching her victory lap. And besides, he'd be wearing the Kevlar vest the company had given him, Kava sighed and relented. That afternoon, Michael, Julia, and Gabby piled into an armored Suburban with 3 Amazon executive protection officers, captained by a barrel-chested, flat-topped ex-Army Ranger named Ron Benavides. They were meeting Julia's sister and brother-in-law, Catherine and David Barnes, for an early celebratory meal at The Warehouse, a buzzy steaks and seafood place with caricatures of local notables up on the wall. The driver made a wrong turn after his Waze app crashed, and the Glazers arrived 5 minutes late for their 2:30 p.m. reservation. While Benavides and his team loitered unobtrusively in the private dining room, the family enjoyed gourmet dishes by Thailand-born chef Sert Ramtong, followed by a coconut cheesecake inscribed, "Congratulations, Gabby, go Cardinal," in raspberry frosting. The adults each toasted her with misty eyes, then they all packed into the Suburban at around 4:30 p.m. for the ride to GMU. They dropped Gabby off at the loading dock behind the arena, where her classmates were gathering, then stopped in the parking lot, waiting for the doors to open at 6 p.m. Benavides left one man, burly NYPD veteran Anthony Santero, standing guard at the Suburban, and went up to the security checkpoint at the building's south entrance, with former Bezos bodyguard Stan Carell, a deceptively wiry super marathoner with a deep tan and sandy goatee hidden under his black face mask. Instead of the stereotypical Secret Service-style dark suits and ties, they wore khakis, open button-downs, and navy blazers. With their matching tinted Ray-Bans, they almost looked like some graduating seniors' yachtsman uncles. At the entrance, they found GMU event staff still setting up in front of the doors. 4 metal detectors and tables next to each one for inspecting purses and bags. Crowd control ropes to divide the attendees into orderly lines. Separation markers for social distancing. From inside the arena, they could hear the faint sounds of a power drill and Mexican music on a stereo. A facilities manager came out and confronted them, squinting warily from under a GMU Patriot's visor. He had seen them sizing up the checkpoint a little too closely and felt something wasn't right. Benavides introduced himself and asked for the venue security head. The facilities manager asked what was it regarding. Benavides said they were the personal protection team from Amazon. He explained that his boss had left messages in advance about concealed carry in the venue. They flashed their Amazon ID badges and Virginia concealed handgun permits. The facilities manager squawked a call into his walkie-talkie. A moment later, a figure in blue appeared behind the glass doors and came out toward them. Police Lieutenant Johnny Liu, an 8th-year cop who had come to GMU from Arizona State just 3 weeks before, bore down on the Amazon bodyguards, switching on his body cam. "Good evening, sir," Benavides says on the footage. "We're the Amazon team. If there's any question, you can get Chief Bay on the horn, and he can handle this." GMU's Chief of Police, Leonard Bay, Jr., was a nationally renowned expert on executive protection and active shooter preparedness. He had run global security for Sun Microsystems during the dot-com boom, and Michael Kava had trusted him enough to reach out personally to explain the situation. But Bay hadn't gotten Kava's voicemails. He was without cell service in London to give a talk and was already fast asleep at the Marriott Grosvenor Square. Apparently, no one at the department switchboard had thought to warn Kava about this. So Liu had received no heads up and was now faced with 2 unexpected strangers asking to bring guns into Eagle Bank Arena. Worse, the GMU police had just done a 3-hour training on how to resist social engineering, techniques criminals can use to talk their way past security. One of the scenarios Liu had role-played was called pretexting, where an intruder claims authority from the officer's supervisor. Alarm bells went off in the lieutenant's head. On the recording, he informs them that according to University Policy 1120, George Mason University is a weapons-free campus. Absolutely no firearms would be allowed in the arena without approval from his chain of command. Benavidez protests that they'd already gotten it cleared with Chief Bay, but Lou repeats that he didn't know anything about that. Benavidez starts to protest again, and Lou barks a code into his radio calling for backup. He's breathing hard. "Sir, I can give you both two choices. You can either surrender your firearms for the duration of the event and pick them up from police and safety headquarters afterward, or I can have you escorted off campus right now." At this point, Benavidez was thinking over his options. Since the Super Bowl attack, security at all large venues had been paranoid and turbocharged with adrenaline. There had obviously been a major miscommunication, and attempts to set the lieutenant straight would only risk arrest or worse. The priority had to be de-escalation. "All right," Benavidez says, "we'll surrender our firearms. Direct us how to proceed." Two other GMU police officers arrive within moments. At gunpoint, Benavidez follows their commands in slipping the Glock 43 from the holster at his hip and placing it on the security table grip first. Then Carell does the same. The officers secure both pistols, then wand and frisk the bodyguards thoroughly. Lou tells them that they're free to go and gives them a number to call to arrange pickup of their firearms later. Back at the Suburban, all three members of the protection detail had a powwow, filling Santero in on what happened and then calling Seattle for guidance. Cava was out of the office, but another security manager advised them to proceed with a revised plan. Everyone who entered the arena would pass through the metal detectors, and Benavidez and Carell would protect Glazer from any physical assaults during the ceremony. Carell would go through security first and save them all seats near an exit. The others would wait in the SUV. Then Benavidez would escort the Glazers and Barneses inside, a few minutes before commencement started, to minimize exposure standing in line. Santero would hide in the vehicle with his gun to avoid questions by GMU police, and then pick everybody up right at the entrance when the event was over. When they hung up with Seattle, it was 5:46 p.m. At that same moment, surveillance footage shows a gray 2005 Dodge Durango pulling onto the campus from Braddock Road, driven by a 50-year-old locksmith named Dale Lee Baker. Baker had come half an hour from his home in Manassas, where a note on the door instructed a neighbor to feed his cat for the next 3 days. Born in Athens, Georgia, on March 11, 1971, he had lived a life similar in its outlines to millions of working-class white men of his generation. His father, Ray, a bottling plant foreman, had been killed by a drunk driver when he was 12. His mother, June, worked 3 secretarial jobs and had 2 short-lived remarriages. Dale was an indifferent student, but excelled in shop class and was remembered by friends as an avid woodworker. He joined the Army right out of high school, serving as a machinist from 1989 to 1991. He frequently told people later that he had been in Desert Storm, but in reality, never shipped out overseas, and was separated from service later that year due to an equipment handling accident that crushed a foot and left him with a $435.69 monthly disability benefit. Baker moved back in with his mother near Atlanta and worked a succession of odd jobs, punctuated by longer stints as a forklift driver, funeral home custodian, movie theater usher, and video store clerk. After his mother died of lung cancer in 2010, he moved to Appomattox, Virginia, for a factory job that lasted 8 months before being outsourced. He found a cheap room in Manassas on Craigslist, and at the suggestion of a friend, trained in nearby Alexandria to become a locksmith, receiving his state license 4 months later. In 2013, Baker had received a small inheritance from his grandmother, and combined with modest savings from his growing locksmithing business, this provided the down payment for a 1-bedroom condo he purchased for $98,500. Later that year, he paid $6,300 cash for the 2005 Durango, another find on Craigslist. It's around this time that Baker became more politically active. He had once been registered as a Democrat, and told coworkers he voted for John Edwards in Georgia's 2004 Democratic primary. There's no record of changed party registration, but by 2013, his few friends remember him ranting about Obama and his supposedly forged birth certificate. Baker is not known to have ever had a steady girlfriend, but he did create a profile on adultfriendfinder.com, a personal site known for catering to casual sex and swinging. Under the username DeagleFitty71, he described himself as a decorated vet and USA patriot looking for white or Hispanic or Asian women for erotic chat or email or one-on-one sex. Under male endowment, he was listed as short/average. Perhaps having had less success than he desired, now Baker soon became interested in the men's rights activism MRA movement, parking in the handicapped space closest to lamenting the rise of feminism. Around the rear and the claimed liberal fashion for was women a cluster of non-whites, so caricatured, unassertive beta that even males. Rachel Maddow would have considered in 2015, it all a bit too he registered on Reddit under the username by level of wear, one could trace the evolution of the driver's and although he did not write any posts himself, most faded were stickers reading several dozen postings and comments, and in the r/men's rights subreddit. Then there was one of the internet's main MRA communities, Trump 2020. Several of these upvoted items attributed their grievances against women to cultural Marxism, a sort of Kyle of Kenosha within the nascent Trump 2024, contending that a group of 20th century German Jewish philosophers, a Malone LeBay school, Greek were responsible for just about everything quoted the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae. According to this idea, surrender their weapons the Frankfurt School's writings, today called social critical theory, a phrase oft repeated among Second Amendment activists, undermine traditional patriarchal. Another had an image of a medieval crusader with a red cross replace it with a relativist, communist, worldwide government. Below that, all the other stylized reproduction said of the bloodstained feminism, Ashley multiculturalism, atheism, the two most recent tolerance, still pristine, and political correctness. Treason is a capital crime of the cultural Marxist tree. I stand against sedition. This view led Baker to the subreddit dedicated to the one-man line. MRA activists said the CCTV footage shows him wearing jeans, once and for flannel shirt, Donald J. blue windbreaker, and an Atlanta Braves cap. The Donald, he's found a toxic with a slim conspiracy theory and has a trimmed dark mustache and hero worship. Of the passes through security without incident, God and enters the arena at 6:07 p.m. Despite commenting on 11 places behind promoting voter turnout, it does not appear that Baker voted feet away in Virginia's March 1st, 2016 Michael GOP and Julia Glazer were trying to make small talk with Catherine and David Baker's Barnes. Facebook profile wasn't a mutual friend who had a small role in the new Jurassic World cousins and buddies from the American Chinese restaurant in DuPont Circle that just closed. But that September, the June gloom weather to an article titled "But the conversation inevitably drifted back to politics." The essay, David appeared in a highbrow conservative intellectual journal, Monday's article called the Claremont Review. Julia mentioned the heartening comments was written under the pseudonym they'd gotten from celebrities: Publius Decius Oprah, Ellen DeGeneres, Michael Anton, J.K. Rowling, a hotshot. But Michael dived right in with the gallows. Would later become a senior staffer on Trump's national ever since his days riding home from Kuwait. In the essay, he puckishly recounted in a letter an extended metaphor. All the symptoms of anthrax Hillary Clinton, he didn't have. The anointed candidate of the establishment, he pulled out his phone, was like murderous and read the 9/11 hijacker threats from his Ziad Jarrah. Michael dramatically affected a virtuosic on a suicide mission to destruction. Southern rednecks, in this catastrophized view, maniacs, from deep in the twisted recesses of his own imagination, had promoted decades and during tweeted. He editorialized in his own best which had given Democrats an inexorably growing demographic advantage, spelling and grammar. And in 2016, from they were Lance TWP, on the cusp Ohio, of a permanent victory. Traitors scum that would snuff out American self-government when you least expect it. The result? Hashtag Caesarism, hashtag secession/crack from @deplorable baron or managerial Devoisier my machete as to carve up that cup face of yours, buddy boy. American civilization couldn't make things any worse. Tsunami of unwashed foreigners from Alien Cult 1488, whose avatar was a photo of feared Nazi was the only candidate leader who Reinhard stood up to say, "You better watch out. I want my country to live. Triple parentheses. I want my people just because you don't wear a yarmulke." We still know the truth. Trump was the battering ram or necessary to take back control of the plane. The election
At first,
offered a stark
Michael's
choice
listeners
for
were
conservatives. The subject
Charge
matter
the
was just
cockpit,
too dark to
or
be
you
funny.
die.
But his defiant
Baker's
ebullience
comment
was
on
so
the shared
infectious
piece
that by the end
heard
they
about
were
this
all
on
roaring
Rush,
in spite of themselves.
dead on.
The way he could segue
Baker did vote in the
seamlessly
general
between
election,
characters reminded
and
Julia
after
of Robin
Trump's
Williams'
surprise
victory. He began
Michael's
to comment
routine
favorably on
did not
increasingly
include any of
extreme
the tweets
posts
threatening his
on
family.
r/the Donald. One from
Finally,
2017
Benavidez knocked on the
is a
window
collage
and told
of
him it was time
portraits
to go.
of Jewish CNN employees.
He'd been on with Amazon and
each
GMU
labeled with a
Police
blue
HQ
star
for
of
the past
David,
hour,
under the title,
but they still hadn't
something
gotten
strange about
authorization to
CNN.
bring their guns into
Can't
the
quite
arena,
put my finger on
or
it.
even bypass security
Baker's
to
remark?
enter and exit via the loading
Interesting.
dock.
Another
So
from just
Benavidez
before the
rapped his
subreddit
knuckles
was
against
banned
Michael's
in 2020
to reassure
is
himself
based on
that he
a
was wearing
ghoulish
his
historical
Kevlar,
photo,
and
of
the five
Nazi
of them went up
soldiers
and caught the
hanging
tail end
Russian
of the security
partisans.
line. Photoshopped
They linked
over
up with
partisans'
Carell in the
faces
stands
a few
are
minutes
those of
before
two
the
journalists
student
who had
orchestra
vexed
struck
Trump
up
the
the
most.
trio from Elgar's Pomp
David
and
Farenthold
Circumstance,
of the
March
Washington
number
Post,
1, and Maggie
and the
Haberman
Graduan
from the New York
processed
Times.
into the arena in their royal
In
blue
place of the
robes.
grinning executioners,
The
are the
ceremony
faces
was
of
long
Donald
and
Trump,
uneventful.
white nationalist
student
congressmen
speakers
Steve
hit
King,
all the time-worn notes
and alt-right
of looking forward and
provocateurs
looking back,
Mike Cernovich,
following your
Jack
dreams,
Posobiec.
and today
To Baker,
being the first day
it
of
was
the rest of our lives.
probably what they deserve.
Technology executive Ann Toth,
But Baker's
a TJ
Reddit history
alum,
wasn't all
gave
hate.
a politely
He
received
upvoted
commencement
images
address
of cats and
reflecting
dogs
on the
cuddling,
relationship between
woodworking
science and
tutorials,
democracy, and a video of a
The
fireworks
one
show
touching
in
moment
Japan. Was a graduating
His
senior
last comment
singing Sarah
from May
McLachlan's
14th,
Angel
2021
in honor of her
came in
mother,
response to a man in
doctor
Alabama
who had died of
who
the
said he was
coronavirus
suicidal after
near
a
the start of
contentious
the school
divorce.
year. Stay strong, brother. Then the class cycled up on
The
stage
day after
to
the
receive
Super
their
Bowl
diplomas,
attack,
assembly line
Baker
style.
had posted two
During
incongruous
Gabby's brief
statuses
moment
to
in the
Facebook,
sun, half an hour
Michael
apart,
stood up to film with his phone
First,
camera.
we must
With
unite.
Glazer
No
fairly
politics.
early in the alphabet,
Feeling sick
there
for
was
all
a
the
lot of
victims
boredom
right now.
afterward.
But
Then,
Michael and Julia both made a
deport
point
all
of
Muslims.
cheering loudly for kids whose names
The next
they
day,
recognized
his profile
as Gabby's
picture
friends.
changed to an AP photo of
At
a little blonde
9:19
girl
p.m.,
crying and soaked in blood.
TJH,
taken
SST's
amidst the
principal,
carnage in Tampa.
pronounced the class of 2021
Then, 4 months of
officially
quiet,
graduated,
broken
and
only
a
by a
blizzard of
handful of birthday
mortarboards
messages
flew
in
up
March.
into the air and back down
On
onto
June
the
7th,
newly minted
Baker
alumni.
had changed his cover photo to
The crowd began
weathered-looking
to
white
pour out of
text
the
on a
arena.
black background.
Photo flashes
47A,
flickered down on the court
900,
as parents
48A,
swarmed the student
11.
section to embrace the
A
graduates.
citation of the section of the 2006
Gabby came up and found them in the
Military
stands,
Commissions Act,
There were
defining
hugs and
unlawful
smiles
enemy
all around.
combatants.
Masks
It had
came
been
off
originally
briefly,
posted to Twitter,
and
by
Catherine Barnes
at
took a
Lion
series
Guard
of photos
loyalists
on her
on
high-end
April
camera,
28th, following Trump's
Gabby by
sedition
herself.
comments.
Gabby and Michael,
Gabby
Now,
and Julia. Baker pulled into the lot
all three of them
outside
together.
Eagle Bank Arena, parking in the
Michael
handicap
got
space
Benavidez'
closest
attention.
to the south entrance.
Should we get going?
Around the rear
yet.
disabled veteran plate,
He
was a
explained that they were
cluster
still
of bumper
waiting for
stickers
Santero
so
to come around with the
caricaturish
Suburban.
that even
And
Rachel
the crowd
Maddow
would have to thin
would have
out more
considered
first.
it all a bit too on the
Once
nose.
he pulled up, Benavidez
By
and
level of
Carell
wear,
would hustle
one could
everybody
trace
right
the
into the
evolution
vehicle,
of the driver's
and
political
thence back
views.
to the Glazer home in Rosemont.
Most faded were stickers reading,
Gabby brought some of her
"Impeach
friends
Obama,"
over for introductions
and
or
"Remember
reintroductions.
Benghazi."
The
Then
Glazers
there were
met a few
stickers for
sets of
Trump
friends'
2016, Trump
More
2020,
pictures.
hashtag Stop the Coup.
The arena was finally thinning
Fauci
out.
for prison.
Over
Antifa
his wireless
hunting
earpiece,
license.
Benavidez got the call
St.
that
Kyle
Santero
of
was
Kenosha.
idling out front.
Trump
All
2024.
right, folks, let's go.
And
Benavidez
Infowars.com.
beckoned broadly to the group. A
His big
Malone
Ranger
LeBay
sergeant
sticker
voice
boomed
Greek for
again over
"Come
the
and
chatter
take
of the
them."
crowd.
Quoted the
Cars out
300
front,
Spartans of
time to roll.
Thermopylae, refusing to surrender
signaled
their
to
weapons
Carell,
to the Persian king.
"You take
Xerxes
rear
the
cover.
First,
I'll take front."
a phrase oft repeated among Second
With
Amendment
Benavidez in
activists.
point position,
The party
another
came out through the
had an
south
image of a
entrance
medieval
and
crusader
headed for
with
the
a
Red
waiting
Cross
Suburban.
on his shield. There were still
Proud
about 100
infidel.
people scattered across the plaza.
Below that was a
Wait,
stylized
called Julia.
reproduction
Where's
of
Gabby?
the blood-stained Ashley Davis
They
flag.
all stopped and looked around. The two most
Benavidez
recent,
turned back to
still
Carell.
pristine, were
Stan gave him a look.
treason is a capital
I
crime.
thought she was up there with you.
and I stand
Gabby.
against sedition.
Gabby!
Both couples
Baker
started
got
calling
out
and
and trying
stepped
to
into the
find her.
security line.
Then Julia
The
spotted one of
CCTV
Gabby's good
footage
friends in
shows
the
him
crowd.
wearing jeans.
She
flannel
shouted the girl's
shirt,
name to get her
an
attention.
unzipped
Have
blue
you seen Gabby?
windbreaker, and an Atlanta
Yeah, she
Braves
got
cap.
pulled back in for pictures with
He's
another
about
family,
5'10",
she said.
with a slim build, and has
Julia
a
started
trimmed dark
jogging back
mustache.
toward the entrance.
Catherine,
passes
David,
through
and
security
Michael
without
all
incident
started after her.
and enters the
Hey!
arena at 6:07
Benavidez
p.m.
sprinted up to Julia,
11 places,
and grabbed her by the
behind
shoulder.
Stan Corral.
You guys come with me to the car.
About
I'll send
170
Stan
feet
inside
away in the
for her.
parked Suburban,
Just
Michael
then,
and Julia Glazer were trying to make
9:54
small talk
p.m.
with Catherine
Michael's
and David
phone
Barnes.
buzzed. Hold
a
up.
mutual friend
Just got a text
who
from
had a
Gabby.
small role in the new Jurassic World movie.
His eyes scanned the screen
A good
for a few
Chinese
seconds.
restaurant near DuPont
She wants us
Circle
to
that
come
just
back in and
closed.
meet her computer
The June
team coach.
gloom weather.
But the
An instant
conversation
later,
inevitably drifted
Dale
back
Lee
to
Baker,
politics. Standing
David
about 6
asked
feet
in
behind
tones of
Glazer,
concern about the
pointed
backlash
a
to
Desert
Monday's
Eagle
article.
pistol at his back.
Julia mentioned
and
the
fired
heartening
4
comments
50
of
caliber
support that they'd
rounds
gotten
into
from
him
celebrities.
in just over 1
Oprah,
second.
Ellen DeGeneres,
J.K.
Glazer
Rowling
went to the ground,
but
hard.
Michael dived right in with the
Baker
gallows
took
humor.
one step forward. That was
and
his
fired
way.
3 more shots
Ever since
down
his
at him.
days riding home from Kuwait,
One
when
bullet
he
ripped
puckishly
through the
recounted
muscles
in a
at the
letter
base
to
of
his
his
parents
neck.
all the symptoms
Another
of anthrax
glanced off the
he
pavement.
didn't have.
The third
Now, he
ricocheted
pulled out
off
his
the
phone
concrete and read the Barnes'
penetrated
highlights
Glazer's
of threats
skull
from
just
his
above
Twitter
his left
mentions.
ear.
Michael
tore through the
dramatically
temporal
affected
lobe
a
of his brain.
virtuosic range of dopey voices.
Baker flung the
Southern
pistol to the
rednecks,
ground,
half-wit dullards,
and
and
raised his
cackling
hands
maniacs
in surrender.
from deep in the twisted recesses of his own imagination.
Between and during tweets, he editorialized in his own best newscaster deadpan, mocking the author's defects in spelling and grammar. From @LanceTWP Ohio, "Traitor scum, you will pay when you least expect it. #Barrett50, #MAGA. From @DeplorableBaron, sharpening my machete to carve up that cuck face of yours, buddy boy. Hey, couldn't make things any worse. From @SaxonRevolt1488, whose avatar was a photo of feared Nazi secret police leader Reinhard Heydrich. You better watch out, _Glazer, . Just because you don't wear a yarmulke, we still know the truth. Cyclone B or straight to oven. Up to you, TBH. At first, Michael's listeners were apprehensive. The subject matter was just too dark to be funny. But his defiant ebullience was so infectious that by the end, they were all roaring in spite of themselves. The way he could segue seamlessly between characters reminded Julia of Robin Williams. Michael's routine did not include any of the tweets threatening his family. Finally, Benavidez knocked on the window and told him it was time to go. He'd been on with Amazon and GMU Police HQ for the past hour, but they still hadn't gotten authorization to bring their guns into the arena or even bypass security to enter and exit via the loading dock. So Benavidez rapped his knuckles against Michael's ribs to reassure himself that he was wearing his Kevlar, and the 5 of them went up and caught the tail end of the security line. They linked up with Carell in the stands a few minutes before the student orchestra struck up the trio from Elgar's Pomp and Circumstance March No. 1, and the graduands processed into the arena in their royal blue robes. The ceremony was long and uneventful. 2 student speakers hit all the time-worn notes of looking forward and looking back, following your dreams, and today being the first day of the rest of our lives. Technology executive Ann Toth, a TJ alum, gave a politely received commencement address, reflecting on the relationship between science and democracy. The one touching moment was a graduating senior singing Sarah McLachlan's Angel in honor of her mother, a doctor who had died of the coronavirus near the start of the school year. Then the class cycled up on stage to receive their diplomas, assembly line style. During Gabby's brief moment in the sun, Michael stood up to film with his phone camera. With Glazer fairly early in the alphabet, there was a lot of boredom afterward. But Michael and Julia both made a point of cheering loudly for kids whose names they recognized as Gabby's friends. At 9:19 p.m., TJH SST's principal pronounced the class of 2021 officially graduated, and a blizzard of mortarboards flew up into the air and back down onto the newly minted alumni. The crowd began to pour out of the arena. Photo flashes flickered down on the court as parents swarmed the student section to embrace the graduates. Gabby came up and found them in the stands. There were hugs and smiles all around. Masks came off briefly, and Catherine Barnes took a series of photos on her high-end camera. Gabby by herself. Gabby and Michael. Gabby and Julia. All 3 of them together. Michael got Benavidez' attention. Should we get going? Not yet.
He explained that they were still waiting for Santero to come around with the Suburban, and that the crowd would have to thin out more at first. Once he pulled up, Benavidez and Carell would hustle everybody right into the vehicle, and thence back to the Glazer home in Rosemont. Gabby brought some of her friends over for introductions or reintroductions. The Glazers met a few sets of friends' parents. More pictures. The arena was finally thinning out. Over his wireless earpiece, Benavidez got the call that Santero was idling out front. "All right, folks, let's go." Benavidez beckoned broadly to the group. His big Ranger Sergeant voice boomed again over the chatter of the crowd. "Cars out front, time to roll." He signaled to Carell, "You take rear cover, I'll take front." With Benavidez in point position, the party came out through the south entrance and headed for the waiting Suburban. There were still about 100 people scattered across the plaza. "Wait," called Julia. "Where's Gabby?" They all stopped and looked around. Benavidez turned back to Carell. Stan gave him a look. "I thought she was up there with you." "Gabby! Gabby!" Both couples started calling out, trying to find her. Then Julia spotted one of Gabby's good friends in the crowd. She shouted the girl's name to get her attention. "Have you seen Gabby?" "Yeah, she got pulled back in for pictures with another family," she said. Julia started jogging back toward the entrance. Catherine, David, and Michael all started after her. "Hey!" Benavidez sprinted up to Julia and grabbed her by the shoulder. "You guys come with me to the car. I'll send Stan inside for her." Just then, 9:54 p.m., Michael's phone buzzed. "Hold up, just got a text from Gabby." His eyes scanned the screen for a few seconds. "She wants us to come back in and meet her computer team coach." An instant later, Dale Lee Baker, standing about 6 feet behind Glazer, pointed a Desert Eagle pistol at his back and fired 4 .50 caliber rounds into him in just over 1 second. Glazer went to the ground hard. Baker took 1 step forward and fired 3 more shots down at him. One bullet ripped through the muscles at the base of his neck. Another glanced off the pavement. The third ricocheted off the concrete, penetrated Glazer's skull just above his left ear, and tore through the temporal lobe of his brain. Baker flung the pistol to the ground and raised his hands in surrender. This is the end of part 1 of 12 Days in June. Please consider supporting this project with likes, subscriptions, and 5-star reviews. Most importantly, we hope you'll share this as widely as you can. 12 Days in June is a work of speculative fiction. The Lodestar Magazine and Max Ezer are fictitious entities. Public figures and entities are depicted in a fictitious context. Their actions and statements are presented hypothetically as satirical political commentary, protected under fair use and the First Amendment. All other characters are wholly fictitious, and any resemblances to persons living or dead, or events that take place after the publication of this work, are purely coincidental. 12 Days in June was produced independently and anonymously, and released for free under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, No Derivatives license. A digital tip jar is available at www.12daysinjune.com. That's TWELVE daysinjune.com. Text copyright 2020 Tad Zemus. Audio production copyright 2020 Tad Zemus Media. All rights reserved.